Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 350. Got a special guest with us tonight on my return, episode 350. I'm looking very much forward to this, Mr. Spikey Pilots. This is going to be an honor for me. I can't wait to hear this story. We've kind of got to know him a little bit on I believe it was Thanksgiving was our first encounter with Spikey to get a little bit
Yeah,
of
I
his
think it was.
story, but he has been in the chats for almost this whole journey, which I have tons and tons of respect for him for. So thank you, Spikey Pilots, for coming on and tell us how you're doing and where we can find you, my friend, if we can find you.
If you can find me, you can't find me. You can only find me on Eagle Gardens. That's the end of it. Maybe I'm in chat on a few other channels like Medgrower One and Dargo the Huts. The old timers. I'm an old time grower. I'm a bit like you. I grew Subcool started me. Yes, when I had a bad time in my life, and he got me through a lot of trouble. So yeah, I've not got my own channel, but and I talk crazy English. Sorry, you Americans.
No worries, man. It's a pleasure to have you. You know, I gotta excuse my scruffiness. I had no intentions on being on video tonight, but Spiky Pilot said he was gonna go video with me tonight, and well, I guess I'm comfortable enough to look scruffy amongst friends. As Spiky pointed out, I should be comfortable enough amongst friends to look a little rough. So here we go, full video tonight. But this is gonna be fun. I'm very anxious to hear this. So much like everybody else, no different, Mr. Spiky. When was your first experience with the cannabis
Well,
plant? When did Lady Cannabis come rolling into your life, my friend?
I was a late starter, but uh, I was 24 when I started, got introduced into cannabis. Yeah, but you really need to find out a little before that what happened. You know, but, yeah, 24, a late starter. Now I'm 54, so I've been participating for 30 years in cannabis, and it's helped me out a lot. You know, helped me out a lot. When I was um, when I was 8 years old, um, hard to talk about really, but when I was 8 years old, it was my birthday on the 1st of September. And the 2nd of September, my dad died. Yeah. So that affected me a lot, a real lot, you know. So anyway, get over that, carry on my life. When I turned like 14, 15, then I got with some friends at school and we started drinking, going out partying as you do. Yeah. And it was good. Ended up buying a Vespa. Fucking hell, a Vespa. You know, a Vespa, a scooter. I think I turned into a bit of a mod. But anyway. Oh God, this is hard.
No, it shouldn't be. It's makes. I mean, let's have some fun. I mean, can you smoke along? I mean, do you have something to smoke along with tonight?
I've got a couple of ready rolls made for me that my son made for me. He's got cheese in it at the moment. He's a cheese. But I'm going to take it easy because I took a bit of medicant beforehand. I've not been to sleep all night. All I've been doing is watching YouTube. I've just watched the last episode, the one you did on Grow Room 420 with Kevin Jody. That kept me going for a few hours. It was interesting to watch it again, you know, because the first time you watch it, you miss a lot of things. But it was interesting to learn. It was interesting to hear what you talked about, the organics too. I'm very interested in it at the moment to get into organics. You know, I started off in normal growing in, I think it was Pro Mix. And then I started growing in cocoa. But anyway, we go back a bit before that. Anyway, why I got into cannabis. Yeah. Why I got into cannabis, I was 12 years old and went to a third round. Yeah. We were on like a roller coaster that went round in a circle and the cars span round and it had this big metal ring that held you in. And when I was getting off it, it span round and smacked me in the back. Yeah. Ended up in hospital. After that, every time I tried to do anything athletics or anything like that, I'd get this big blue bruise on the back of my spine. Yeah. So yeah, eventually give me loads of tablets and shit. Yeah, I went okay. Next, I started. I'm a welder fabricator. That's my work, and I weld stainless steel tankers and all that, aluminium and all that crap. Anyway, started doing an apprenticeship, and one night I'd arranged a party for my birthday at my house. I think it was about 8 o'clock at night, and at 6 o'clock, I forgot I'd left me folder at work. So I had a moped then. So I jumped on my moped, flew back to work, picked it up, and was coming back to the house. And there's like 40 people at my house waiting for me now to have a party. And I drove past the petrol station on me moped, and this woman got out the car with the smallest skirt you'd ever seen in your life. Yeah, was unreal. And I just looked, and my mouth fell open, and then looked back, and the car in front of me had stopped. So I hit the back of this car, hit some railings that were the side of the road, ended up in hospital, backfoot again. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, okay. But the best thing about that was the woman come running over to me. Are you okay? Are you okay? I said, yes, I'm okay now. Thank you, love. This might be a boring story, but this is
Not at all. Not at all.
This is what started, got me into cannabis eventually. I need to tell this story a bit. Okay. It was 2 years later. I was 16 years old. No, 17, sorry. And I was at work. I'd made a conveyor, and we had to move it. And I tried picking it up with my work colleague, and my back just collapsed. Total collapsed. Knackered, totally knackered. And more tablets. For, was probably, I took tablets till I was about 22. But before that, what changed my life was when I was 16, I went to on holiday with 4 friends to Mallorca. The place was Magaluf. Yeah, I don't know whether you heard of that, Magaluf.
I have not.
No. Okay, that was 1986, and that was when house music started coming out. We never heard of house music in England. It was all like Kylie Minogue, I will be so lucky, blah, 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 and all that crap. So I went to Mallorca, to Magaluf, for 2 weeks and got into house music. It was like, I think all the music come out from Ibiza. Anyway, come back to England, changed my life. And then I was into house music and started going out to, it only just started, cut music, it just started coming into England, started going out with friends, dancing to house music. And then I bumped, and then acid house started coming into England. All these illegal raves starting up all over the place. And I was very interested in that. I don't know why, but yeah, okay. Then I met a friend, my best friend. I'd not seen him for about 3-4 years because we got into a different circle. And he said to me one day, I was driving past, I used to have an old Mini. And he stopped me, he said, my God, Paul, I've not seen you for years. I don't care, you can know my first name. He said, my God, I've not seen you for years, what are you doing? I said, yeah, working and going to house party nights. He said, my God, you've got to come with me. He said, what? Where? He said, the local club, that's not too far away. And I've been thinking about trying some substances. So the first, he said, it was a Saturday night. He gave me this piece of paper. It was called a Buddha. So we ripped it in half, and I took it, and I knew it was LSD. Yeah. So never even took anything like that in my life. You know what I mean? This was new, crazy new. So we got in a taxi, went probably 40 miles away to this club, went in this club, started peeking in this club, and my God, I didn't know what the hell was going on. Yeah. And then this girl stared at me from behind a post in the club and smiled at me. I shit me fucking self. Sorry, language. I shit myself. Dragged my mate out the club, stuck him in the taxi. We're going home now. Yeah. And on the way home in the taxi, I thought I was going to the moon or something. Got that paranoid and crazy. Didn't know what was going on. Scared me shitless. Never. And to be honest, I took LSD again, but that scared me so much what went on that night. I thought I was going to die. But anyway, after that, yeah, okay. Next week later, This is where the fun started in my life. Got introduced into illegal parties. Ecstasy. Yeah. You're quiet, Eagle. You're not saying nothing.
Well, I'm enjoying the story so far. It seems like the ecstasy wasn't the ecstasy. I've never been to a whole lot of raves, but isn't the ecstasy pretty much hand in hand with the raves? And
yes.
it seems like
it took over my life. It took over my life for probably 6 years. I had a lot of fun. So the first party, we bought these tablets. They were called oh God, I forgot. White, fucking hell. Anyway, we went to this party. The party's only started at 2 o'clock at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because in England, then the pubs would close at 11 o'clock at night. So you had nothing to do. So my friend said to me, my God, me and my brother, we've been going to these parties at night in a place was called Blackburn. Blackburn took over my life for 6 years. Fantastic place in England, northwest England. So anyway, 2 o'clock in the morning, we drive to Blackburn, and we go into this old abandoned warehouse at the back of the police station. The police station is probably about 100 meters away. Yeah, I walked into this thing. I took half of this tablet thing, and danced my head crazy all night. And everybody loved everybody. No aggression, no nothing. It was crazy. It was crazy. So, yeah.
So this is going to surprise probably a lot of people, but I've never taken ecstasy. So what is it that, you know, what is the high when you take ecstasy? I mean, what is it that you feel?
Is MDMA. I wouldn't take it now. I'll tell you now, I wouldn't take it now because that many people are mixing other things into it. But in this is 1988. In 1988, when it first come out, it was a drug for people that had mental disorders, problems, and they give them it, and it make them happy. You know, it makes you happy. You'll love everybody. You don't care, and you'll dance your head off all night. No problem, no problem. But the feeling you got off ecstasy, it just, I don't know. It was just, you go into a place where there's like 500-600 to 1,000 people in a warehouse in the middle of nowhere. That if you did that on beer or anything like that, everybody'd be fighting. You know what I mean? And you go in there and everybody just hugging each other, dancing all night, partying, enjoying the place. And at the end of it, when the sun come up in the morning, you go home and you've had a fantastic night, no trouble, drunk no beer, and drunk water and maybe Coca-Cola, that is. So anyway, that's where my rave scene, oh, my voice is bad. That's where my rave scene started. So we found out the next place where we had to go to. There was a meeting point in Blackburn called Monroe's. This was a club, and the club had opened like at 8 o'clock at night. Well, that was a meeting point. And to get in this club, you had to be known. You know, the first night I went there, we ended up pulling out the bathroom window and climbing through the bathroom window to get in, because there was no way you'd get in this club. You had to be known in the circuit, the circle of the illegal rave systems. And then after that, at 2 o'clock in the morning, everybody jump in the cars, and there'd be a convoy. And the big convoys coming from all over the place. The biggest convoy I ever went in, we have like motorways in England. I don't know what you call them in America. What do you call them in America? Like a motorway. You're muted, Eagle.
Just like a hotel? Is that what you're talking about?
No, a road that there's like 3 lanes.
Oh, a highway.
A highway, that's it. So, okay, we'd all end up going on these highways, and you know, you have like service stations where you could buy food and all that. There'd be meeting points, and the convoy would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually you've probably got 1,000 cars all lined up, following cars to somewhere in the middle of nowhere, to a warehouse, and you party all night. Yeah, no beer, no nothing, party all night. Well, that took over my life for a bit. Yeah, and ended up dabbling. I thought this
It sounds like an incredible time.
Oh, I can go on YouTube now and I can see some of the parties that I've been in, and I've seen myself in the parties on YouTube. And that really shocked me, to be honest. You know, fucking hell. This is 1988, 99, 89. And I'm watching parties on YouTube, and I've seen myself in there. And these parties were illegal. You know, if the police got hold of them in 1989, you go into prison. It's simple. You know what I mean? Anyway, so it was costing a lot of money. You know, we used to take a bit of speed and ecstasy tablets and party all the weekend till Sunday. And then I got a bit more higher and started getting involved with the organizers of parties. Yeah, the people that were organizing parties. Yeah, that's when the fun started. Yeah, it was a bit bad what we were doing, but you know, going into empty warehouses, setting up decks and music systems, lights and everything, and then bringing convoys from all over the northwest of England to these parties. The biggest party we ever did, we ended up with 5,000 people in a warehouse. That was in a place called Warrington. 5,000 people. Yeah.
Sounds like a hell of a party.
Oh,
hell of a party right there.
it was fantastic. It was fantastic. But then the problem was it got so big, then the police started realizing what was going on. So they started clamping down on it, trying to stop the convoys, and then you'd be in the warehouse and the police is surround you. I was in a warehouse once in Blackburn, and the fantastic night, couldn't get any ecstasy, so I took an LSD tab. Fuck, I saw Father Christmas walking round outside the door and everything, crazy. But the sun was just coming up, and there was a song playing. It was called Strawberry Fields Forever by oh God,
I almost hate to say, if you're partying and you see Father Christmas come rolling by, you're partying right.
Oh,
Something might be a little bit spot on that night. It sounds like a good time.
yeah, it was a fantastic night, the best night I've ever had in my life for a long time. The problem was at 6 o'clock in the morning, there's probably 2,000, 3,000 people in this warehouse. All the doors are open. The sun's coming up. Yeah. The music's getting, it's coming to the end of the night. So the music's getting a bit more, relaxing. Then fucking 500 riot police come through the door. Yeah. In full body armor. In full body armor and everything. They heard it. This was in the newspapers and everything because the police nearly killed a lot of people because they caused that much of a crush. There was people running out onto the motorway and nearly getting run over and everything. And yeah, and I'm tripping my head off on fucking LSD. So anyway.
So just on a funny side note, at that point when you're tripping balls and you see that shit coming in, my first instinct would be looking for Father Santa there. It's that right. I'd be like, where's that motherfucker? Let's go.
with Rudolph to get you out of there quick. Yeah. No,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
okay. Everything okay. It went on for a good few years, and ended up getting arrested in a few parties, stuff like that. But nothing serious. You just be locked up overnight and then let out in the morning. You have to pay a fine. But that was no problem.
How did you get out of there that night? We can't leave it at there. You got to tell us how you got out.
Well, the doors were open. All the doors were open. These big warehouse doors are open where, all the cars and wagons go through. The police come in through them, herd us into the back, into one end, and there was like two small doors that were open. So you had 2,000 people trying to get out of a 3-foot wide door in one at the same time. And there was a lot of people fainting and getting crushed on the floor. And anyway, we ended up getting out, and we run up the embankment onto the motorway, because it was next to the motorway, like the highway. Run across the highway, and just watched what was going on. The police were so heavy-handed. They were smacking people with truncheons and everything. Those girls, and it was in the newspapers. The police acted too hard on it, and because they just wanted to stop it. They realised there's a lot of money being made. Yeah, you had to pay. You'd pay like £5. I think that was probably like $7 or in them days for you. You pay £5 to get in. When you've got like 2,000 to 5,000 people in there, work out how much money that's getting changed. And so me and my friends thought, oh, okay, a lot of money to be made here. We'll do this. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do this. That didn't happen. Well, it did happen twice, but eventually it got too much. The biggest rave we did, there was probably 5,000-6,000 people in there. But the problem was the gangsters from Liverpool and Manchester, they realised there was a lot of money getting made. So one night, we're all in the warehouse partying, and they all come with guns and everything. You know what I mean? Took over the door. So that's when I decided to get out of there. You know, I'm not messing with stuff like that. You know, time to get out of there. So then, but then it was probably about 6 months later after all that, probably about 1990, something like that. They started giving licenses out. So you could make your own 20 all-night raves, you know, as long as you paid the tax and agree all the fire and fire hazards and everything was okay and all that. So yeah, it started getting legalized because the police couldn't control it. It was so big in England. It was so big. They couldn't control what was going on. So yeah, it got legalized. So I went to a few legal raves and it was good. You know, 10,000 people, stuff like that in a warehouse. And they're still all off the reds on ecstasy and stuff like that. Well, then what happened, we're getting close to the cannabis now. The problem with ecstasy and speed is it messes you, it takes calcium out of your bones. Yeah. So I had a problem with all these accidents that I'd had. And I think I was 22, and I ended up getting diagnosed with arthritis in my back, arthritis. Yeah. So they started pumping me full of all these tablets. Weren't working at all. Weren't working. And one day we come back for a rave. My friends come round on a Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon. Come on, we'll go to the pub and have a beer. I couldn't get off the floor. He said, okay, Paul, you need to try cannabis. I said, I can't. He said, why? I said, well, I got told by the doctors when I was 8, if I start smoking or anything like that, I'm going to die before I'm 42 years old. So I've not done anything like smoked or anything like that. He said, okay, I'm going to make you a cannabis tea. So he made this tea for me out of cannabis. And I drank it. I was lying on the floor, couldn't move. So it was probably about 2 hours later. It was like, I don't know what happened. It was like I got a bit lightheaded. Yeah. But all the pain out my back just totally disappeared. Totally disappeared. And that was the first time I ever tried cannabis. And that was drinking a tea of cannabis. And
it's probably a sweet relief. Cannabis was probably after, you know, that run for those 6 years. You know, your body was probably like, oh.
I think so. But that was the first time I tried cannabis. And then I started smoking it. But in England, then all you'd get is hash. You couldn't get flour, no flour at all. You'd be getting this Moroccan hash or Afghani hash and all this. But I started smoking because it stopped my back hurting that much. I started smoking a bit too much, as you do. Yeah, but it got me through work. I could work, do everything with arthritis in my back, and make money, no problem. It was good for me. But in the end, I was smoking more than I could pay for. So then you know what happens then, don't you? Yeah.
Well, you have to start working the flip. You got to work the
Yeah,
flip at that point, usually,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Well,
Am I
that
spoiling
happened. That happened. Yeah, that happened. And yeah, okay. I was getting. I was buying. We used to call it 9 bars. That was 9 ounces of Moroccan hash, and you get 9 ounces for like £470. That was cheap. That was cheap. So yeah, blum blum blum, yeah yeah. Did that for about 3 4 years. But the best hash I ever got was something called it was an Afghan, and you press it. It's a bit like what you made on the hash night. It's a soft hash, uh, and it's called Red Seal. And they also you also got a gold seal. We used to call it squidgy black, and you couldn't burn it if you warmed it up to burn it and put it, because we used to mix everything, you know. We'd make a spliff, not a joint, a spliff. So it'd be half tobacco and half hash in there. But you couldn't burn this stuff to crumble it up into your joint. So we ended up having to make your own bongs and smoke this stuff in a bong, like. But I'll tell you what, the red seal and gold seal was the best I've ever tried in England, to be honest. But then I met this girl at a rave one day, and we ended up getting engaged. I was probably about 26, 27 then. No, 26, something like that. And her best friend gave her 2 tickets for 2 weekends. One was for a long weekend in Rotterdam, and one was a long weekend in Amsterdam. Well, the first time we went to Amsterdam. Wow. That was crazy. Walking into a coffee shop and just looking at a menu, and you could sit down, smoke a joint of whatever you wanted. And that was probably about the first or second time I got into, first time I went in there, first thing I bought was Temple Ball. I knew Temple Ball was a fantastic smoke. So bought hash. And there was another one called 00. That was like, they said it was like a Moroccan, but they said there was white bits in it. They said it had it impregnated with a bit of cannabis. I'm not cannabis, cocaine in it. But I don't know whether that's 100% sicker, 100% truth. But yeah, started in these coffee shops smoking this hash in Amsterdam, and then thought, okay, I'll try a bit of bud, try a bit of flower. So you know what you've heard things. The first thing I bought was this White Widow. Yeah, kicked my ass, good style. Kicked my ass, good style. And that's what got me into flower. But I had a fantastic weekend in Amsterdam, just partying and smoking, drinking coffee, eating well. And then the next must have been about 6 months later, we still had the ticket to go to Rotterdam. And a lot of people think, oh, you go to Holland, you've got to go to Amsterdam. But Rotterdam is like Amsterdam, but it's on the coast. It's next to the sea. And the prices, prices are a bit cheaper in Rotterdam because Amsterdam is the capital of Holland. It's a tourist. In Rotterdam, we found some fantastic coffee shops, you know, that all the locals would go and smoke, and it was totally different to Amsterdam. Getting fantastic weed, and you're not paying stupid tourist prices and stuff like that. So, okay, for the next probably 6 years, I used to go to Amsterdam every year. It's not that far away from England. Not that far away from England. Anyway, where are we up to? I'm in Amsterdam. I don't know. Can you say something?
I'm enjoying the story so far. It's an amazing story. I don't get to hear good stories like this. This is, you know,
Yeah.
I'm jealous of all the hash, to be honest with you. You know,
Oh,
it's quite the opposite. I grew up around nothing but flower, nothing but flower. And the appreciation for hash didn't come till much later in life for me. And it's, you know, a big part of the way I like to smoke. You
oh,
know, while you were talking, while you were talking, and you may have seen me going like this at one point.
yeah,
I
yeah.
was sitting there I was rolling up a worm. I was rolling a worm back and forth on the table to throw in this joint.
Well,
But you know,
that's how.
so I'm jealous to hear, you know, the good hay that you guys had the experience with all the good hash first. It's quite backwards than what I'm accustomed to. So I'm fascinated
Okay.
by the European stories, you know. So excuse me if I'm a little quiet, but I enjoy these because they're
It's
nothing
okay.
that I'm accustomed to.
Well, that's how we had to make. That's how we had to make a joint out the Afghan and the squeaky black, the red seal and the gold seal. You'd have to pull a piece off it and roll it into a snake. You couldn't burn it. If you burned it, you're burning all the goodness out of it. You know what I mean? It was designed to be put in a bong, not smoked in a joint. So we ended up rolling it out into a snake. I know you roll it out into a snake and pack it in bud, but we couldn't get any bud then, so we had to pack it in tobacco. But was good, was good, was good. So yeah. Well, next in England, what come along, and you'll know this when I even say this, and it was before skunk come out in England. You get this. We used to call it brickweed. I think it was Mexican brickweed. Yeah, but it was like compressed. You could buy it by the kilo block. But the problem was with it, you could. There was so many seeds in the fucker. Sorry, you go to bag it up and everything, and half it would be seeds. You know, I wish I still had some of them seeds now, to be honest, because the way all the lights in it and the growing techniques have come on now, it would have been interesting to grow a Mexican seed nowadays to see what it'd come out like. You know.
You
But
know,
anyway,
speaking of the brickweed, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So
no,
you know,
okay.
I think back to that period, and I can't help but wonder, you know, I think when I think about brickweed nowadays, I hope the smokers of now never get to experience brickweed. But I think of it now as it's like when they smash the resin, the chips they have left. That's almost what I think of the brickweed. I can't help but wonder if they were having like a rosin way back then. They were, you know, they were knew of rosin, but just
Yeah,
never got passed along.
I don't know. I don't know. I think they were. I think they'd be turning the good stuff. Well, no, it all come from Morocco, didn't it, and Afghanistan. I don't Afghanistan and that, but in Mexico, I don't know. I think no Thai sticks used to come from Thailand, didn't it? I've tried a Thai. couple of tie sticks, but well, that was good stuff. But that was very rare. You could get hold of stuff like that in England anyway. In England, you pay 15 euros for an eighth of hash. That's cheap. 15 euros for an eighth, 3.5 grams. I wish I could buy that today. 3.5 grams for £15. Yeah, for 15 euros or $15. No chance today, no chance. But when flower first come out, it was all skunk in England then when it started coming out. But it was very rare you could get hold of skunk. It was all hash, total hash. If you get hold of skunk, you were paying double, 30 euros for probably two grams, not 2.5 grams. But wow, you knew you'd smoked a good skunk. I used to love a good skunk. But it's all changed a lot nowadays. I don't know. I really don't know. Sorry, I'm having a rabbit hole in my head at the minute. My brain's just gone. What was I talking about? Okay, skunk.
Before I interrupted you, we were kind of touching it. You were just leading off on the brickweed in England. You were kind of kicking off with that, and I interrupted you.
No, the brickweed come in. Yeah, and we were buying. I had a friend who he had a wagon firm, and you know what? If you've got a wagon firm, that's traveling to Europe and stuff like that. And yeah, anyway. So I used to be able to get all that quite cheap. And this brickweed, people used to like it. I'd rather smoke a good joint of hash than smoke that shit. You know what I mean? And to get a gram or 2 grams of skunk, you're talking a lot of money. You know, I think I was paying probably about 200 euros for an ounce of skunk when it first started getting a bit more popular in England. But it was good, but I wouldn't say it was as good as some of the stuff that's getting produced nowadays. Right? But anyway, where are we up to? Yeah, I've been to Amsterdam a few times. The funniest time I ever went to Amsterdam was I went on. Do you know a stag night?
Is that like the night before, like a bachelor party? Is that what you pretty much?
Yeah, a bachelor party. It was my best friend's bachelor party, and there was 20 of us, and we all decided to go to Amsterdam for a long weekend. Yeah, crazy weekend. So much weed smoked, so much beer drunk. I don't think we ate that much, but anyway, the funniest night was a Saturday night. We all decided, we went into the red light district, all stoned to hell, as you are. And we all jibbed in to pay for the man that was getting married, you know, to go into one of these houses, like, you know. So he goes in, and I think there was 4. He went in with 4 other. I don't know why 4 males would go in with him. Like, I think they just wanted to watch him, what he was doing. But anyway, all the rest of us are out on the street, and it must have been about 15 minutes later. The window opened at the side of the canal. Doof. One of the lads stuck his head out the window and threw this. I'm not being funny. It was the biggest black dildo I've ever seen in my life. You know, one of them that you stick on a glass, on a table or on a piece of glass. Sorry, it might. If you tell me to stop if it's getting a bit too much. But anyway, this dildo come flying out the window. It must have been 12 inches long and just stuck on the floor and sprang backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. And you just think, okay, what the fuck's going on in that room then? You know what I mean? Anyway, I went a few times. I love Amsterdam. The problem is at the moment you can't go there at the moment because of all this Corona shit. I could get in. Well, if I had a driving license at the moment, I could get in the car and probably be there in 8 hours from here.
You guys sure know how to party over there. That's for sure. It sounds.
Nah, you Americans do. I'm jealous about all these hemp fests and you know, Earl Cup and everything you have. Really jealous. Really jealous. I know you're in Michigan, you know, and I think probably I'll have a holiday and come to Michigan because I'm well into fishing, and there's a big lake in Michigan. Yeah, is the carp in that lake or not? I'm a carp fisher. I like carp fishing.
Oh, we've got tons of carp here. Tons of carp for sure.
That'd be good. I'd like to. That'd be a good week. That'd be a good holiday. A week's fishing in the weekend. A cannabis festival, or you know, a cup or whatever. That'd be the best time of my life. You know, that'd be fantastic. But anyway, I'm sorry. Wrong goal. But anyway, we'll get back into where I'm up to. You've got me out. I've started smoking cannabis and doing other things with it. So anyway, yeah. So me and this girl that I got engaged to, she got a job as an air hostess working for Virgin Airlines. So I had to move from the northwest of England to London. Yeah. Fuck. I hate London. Full of cockneys. Sorry, Green 13 if you're watching. Nah, I like a lot of cockneys, to be honest. But anyway, I moved to London and didn't have any contacts with I couldn't get any weed anywhere. And luckily enough, I started a new job and started talking to this man in there that was a bit younger than me, but he was growing it. So I started buying a bit of this skunk off him. Like it was more laughy skunk, to be honest, but it worked. It worked. So, but one day I got this bud off him, and it was just, I must have got about 4 or 5 seeds out of it. And they sat there for about 2 months. I wasn't going to throw them away. I thought, I talked to my girlfriend and said, should we try growing it? She said, yeah, okay. So we stuck them in, you know, you get some pots and a bit of compost and stick them in, yeah. And stick them on the windowsill, don't you? That's the only thing you do when you're first growing. Stick them on the windowsill and try and grow it on the windowsill. Well, yeah, got a lot of leaves off it. It grew nice, but the flowers were that small. But the biggest problem was my mum decided to come and visit halfway through the grow line. And she walked in the bathroom one day and saw these plants. Yeah, okay. What are them in the bathroom, Paul? The tomato plants. Okay, tomato plants, Lee. Yeah, okay, okay. That's the last thing she ever she said about it, like tomato plants. But on the way when she left, she said, "Be careful, be careful." Well, that was the first grow I ever did. Didn't work out good. Never did one again after that. You can't grow cannabis on the windowsill. No chance. It's got to be outside in the greenhouse if you're going to grow it outside. Or the weather down in London was fantastic. You know, it was sunny all the time and everything. But in them days, you still can't in England. You couldn't grow cannabis outside and not get locked up for it nowadays. So anyway, that was my first grow. Didn't work out too well. So next, yeah, I'm still smoking cannabis, working as a welder fabricator, split up with a woman that I was meant to marry because one day I was that stoned coming back from a party we've been at, and crazy, that stoned. I said to her, "Hey, Leslie," and she said, "My name's not Leslie." I said, "I'm Angela. Leslie was your first girlfriend." So that was the end of that marriage. Yeah, we've been on for an hour already. It only seems like 10 minutes.
Got a little bit of it does. It goes fast. It really does. People worry about it when they get on. How long, how long? It's going to go fast, or you know what I mean. I'm not going to be able to go that long. And a lot of times, the people that think they're not going to go that long end up going the full distance. To be honest with you.
I'm glad I can't see chat at the moment, to be honest. I'll watch a replay later on today, like see what they've all been writing at me. Spikey Piliot, the idiot, and all this. Don't know who's in chat anyway.
Know.
Is Johnny there?
Everybody's in chat, and they've said, what a great guest you've been so far. We got 94 people watching at the moment.
Nah.
And
94. That's good. That's good. 94. That's good. I hope they're all giving a thumbs up. Come on. Thumbs up for Eagle. He's kept me alive for the last year, Eagle. But anyway, yeah, okay. So after that, I had a bit of a lull growing. I didn't grow for probably about 3-4 years after that, and just kept buying and dabbling a bit. You know what I mean? And next, I was working. The man I used to buy it off, he said, "Are you working at the moment?" I said, "No, not at the moment." He said, "What?" I said, "What?" He said, "Why?" He said, "Well, I've got a contract coming up in Germany soon." He said, "Would you be interested to come and work in Germany for a bit?" So that's how I ended up coming to Germany. That was 1998, the year of the World Cup in soccer, not football, soccer. So in June I ended up coming with 6 people to Germany to work. It was only meant to be for like 2 or 2 months at the most. And he ended up stopping here for 6 months. And when I say I'm in Germany, I'm not in Germany. They call it Bavaria. It's South Germany. Germany is different than Bavaria. They call it Bayern. And Bayern's more, a bit more relaxed, and they like to party a lot. Like, you know, they have a lot of beer festivals and that. So anyway, I go working in Bayern in Germany, and I was doing 12-hour days. And one night was a Saturday, and we come back to the hotel, and there's cars everywhere, all over the street and everything. What's going on? What's going on? Basically, the town had two bridges at each end of it. So they closed the bridges in the streets, and they just hold a beer festival. So we think, so this then, we're going out to this beer festival, see what's going on. Never been to a German beer festival before. You know, you buy these glasses of beer, there's nearly, what, 2 pints in the, you know, in a big massive glass, like. So anyway, total knackered at the end of the night. Yeah, total knackered. Fantastic time. Love the place. Fell in love with the place. And it must have been about a month later. I was out. We'd finished work, and we all used to go to this bar, and we'd end up having steak and chips and stuff like that, and a few beers after work. And I'm sat there with my friends, and there was this girl there with her friends, all blonde hair, big boobs. Couldn't keep my eyes off one of them. And I've always been a quiet person, always been a very quiet person. And one of my friends, he called the waitress over, and he sent a glass of wine over to this girl from me. Well, yeah, okay. Didn't get back to England for another 3 months after that. They all went home to England after finishing work, and I stopped in Germany with this girl. went round Munich, went to Berlin, all over, smoking different, because she was into smoking a bit of weed too, like, and just had a fantastic time for 3 months with her. And I had to come home at the end of the day. I said, listen, I said, what's gonna happen with me and you now? She said, don't know. I said, well, okay. Do you want me to move to Germany and I'll stop with you? She said, nah, I'll move to England and stop with you. So she ended up coming to England and stopping with me. And must have been, well, I was with her for 16 years, got 3 children off her. Yeah. Every year we'd, or 2 times a year, we'd drive from England to South Bavaria, which is, if I got in the car now, I could drive to Austria in 30 minutes. Yeah. Or could drive to Czechoslovakia in 30 minutes. That's how far on the border I am living. I live in the forest. If you ever look at it, it's called the Bayerische Wald. Gorgeous place. gorgeous place. But anyway, so what we did for the first year she come over, fantastic, and it was her birthday. Fantastic night, her birthday. Yeah. Just left it in a little bit too long. 9 months later, we've got a daughter. You know, it happens. Anyway, it's good. So, but for 16 years, well, no, for 13 years, we'd go to her mum and dad's every year, but we'd take a different direction through Europe every year. You know, you go through France, Hungary, Luxembourg, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, and all this, and eat all this different foods and all that, and try everything. And we never take the same route anytime. I've seen a hell of a lot of Europe, hell of a lot. I'll never forget eating snails and frogs' legs in France. So, ugh, that was a bit funny. But frogs' legs are all nice. They're nice. They taste a bit like chicken wings if you ever try them.
I have never tried frog legs, and that's what I've always heard. But it seems like it would take like a shitload of frog legs to.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a pretty decent appetite. I guess I should just pace myself because they're a delicacy, maybe. But
yeah, a serious lot of frog legs, to be honest. Well, yeah, that's what happened for a while in my life. You know, ended up having 3 kids in England, and yeah, slowed down a bit. I think I've missed quite a bit, to be honest. But anyway, but no, we still went to Amsterdam once a year though. It was on the way. You couldn't miss Amsterdam. If you go into Europe, you go through the tunnel and then drive north a bit, and then vary through Amsterdam and then go to her mother's on the way. Funniest time was her dad. He was a joiner, a bit like you, a joiner, and he built the kids, you know, like a tree house. Well, a house on stilts, and I had to go and pick it up in my van. So I said to one of my friends, he's a bit older than me, but he was a serious pothead. He'd get up in the morning, and just smoke from morning to going to sleep all day. So I said to him, I said, right, do you fancy coming and helping me? Because I don't really want to drive to Germany. That's like, what, 1,000 miles on my own. Like, it's a bit boring. He said, yeah, I'll come with you. He said, but what we've got to do, we've got to go to Holland on the way, haven't we? I said, yeah, no problem. So I told me my wife, I think we got married by then. I'm going to Holland. I'm going to pick this up, but me and Lol, we're going to stop in Holland for 2 days. So yeah, the problem with this was his wife was a serious pothead. Serious. Yeah. She smoked any man under the table. Yeah. Simple. So she'd have been very jealous if we went to Amsterdam because she'd never been. So we didn't tell her, did he? Yeah. So we drive to Holland. We did park the van somewhere, found a hotel, and then just went out and got total stoned for about 4 or 5 hours. And then we said, okay, we'll go back to the hotel and have a kip for a bit and then go out later on at night. So we gets in the hotel. He hadn't took his phone out with him, had he? So we gets in the hotel and his phone rings. It's his wife on the phone. Where are you? He said, we're in Belgium. We're driving. She said, no, you're not. You're in Amsterdam. She said, he said, no, we're not. He said, yes, you are, because Paul's wife is here. And she's told me that you were doing a trip to Amsterdam. She kicked off good style. Good style. So we're stoned as fuck. We were going to have a nice long weekend in Amsterdam. She gave him that much shit. We ended up having to, next morning, jump in the car and drive straight away to fucking Germany. Really pissed my day off, to be honest. Really pissed me off. I love Holland, really do. I've heard they've made.
Sounds like a fun place. Sounds like a fun place.
Yeah, well, if you ever decide to go to Holland, that'd be a good trip. I'd meet you there. No problem. No problem. Show you the life and times of Holland. Well, the worst time I ever did have in Amsterdam was I was with me girlfriend, and she ended up eating this pizza. She ended up getting food poisoning. She said to me, Paul, we've only got 3 days here, 4 days here. She said, I've got these tablets off the doctor. You go and do what you want to do. Do whatever you want to do. So I had 2 days in Amsterdam on my own. Yeah. So it was basically try every coffee shop I could find. Every coffee shop. And I think there's about 162 coffee shops in Amsterdam. And you have to buy, what, a gram in each coffee shop. Minimal. didn't get through 162 coffee shops. No chance. But
So
I'd smoke that. Yeah.
So what would have been what would have been the best cannabis you've sampled while you were there? That's a lot of samples of, varieties of hash and cannabis. What would have been some that you'd put like up there?
To me, the best hash I've ever tried was from the greenhouse, and it was Temple Ball. It was a proper Temple Ball. And what's his name? I think, is it Frenchie had made it, to be honest. I think Frenchie had made it. Well, I'm not sure. Well, the best smoke I ever had, it has to be White Widow. It has to be White Widow out of all of them. Or AK-47, that was another good one. I don't know whether you know that one, AK-47. That was a good smoke. But I like, Temple Ball was a squeegee. Then you could buy pollen, Moroccan pollen. You didn't even have to warm it up or anything. It just crumbled. Yeah. Basically, it's like a keef compressed. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice too. I ended up, roll as anybody would. You don't put tobacco in it. You put bud and a bit of hash in there at the same time, or whatever you can find. I remember going with one of my friends one year. He was a bit of a quiet person, and he said to me one year, he said, Paul, can you take me to Amsterdam? I said, yeah, no problem. When do you want to go? He said, okay. He said, I've got holiday booked in about 3 weeks. He said, can we go for a long weekend? I said, yeah, no problem. Go for a long weekend. So we gets on the plane. flies from Liverpool to Amsterdam, gets off the plane with no hotel or anything, but I've been that many times now, and I know where I could get hotels cheap and stuff like that. Like, and I've got I had like a few friends over there by now. So we gets off. You have to get a train from the airport to Amsterdam. So we gets off the train with our bags and everything. Takes him straight into a coffee shop. Boom! He couldn't believe it when he saw the menu of what, you know. So anyway, I said, right. I said, what are we gonna buy? He said, you choose. I don't know what anything is. Said, okay, well. So I thought, right, I better start him off with something not too strong, you know what I mean? Like, so I said, okay, yeah, I bought you a cake, eat that. So I bought him a space cake. So he eats this space cake, and I had one as well. And then we smoked a few joints. And a space cake takes about an hour and a half to kick in, doesn't it? You know what I mean? So yeah, we hadn't even got to the hotel then, and he's off his head, totally off his head. Then so we went to the hotel, had a rest for a bit, like, and as you do in Amsterdam, you've got to go and visit the red light district, haven't you? You know what I mean? And this friend, he's never ever seen anything like this. You know, he's never experienced going into a shop and buying weed and not being paranoid about getting arrested. And then I text him into the red light district, and there's all these brothels and girls in windows and everything. And he's off his head, totally off his head by now. You know what I mean? I think he walked around with his tongue on the floor at half the night, to be honest. What's going on? Well, the next night, he got used to it. So I took him to one of the local coffee shops that was a bit outside Amsterdam. And the weed was fantastic there, fantastic. You know, all the locals used to go, and it wasn't as dear as you'd pay in the middle of Amsterdam. And so we went in, and you could drink a beer as well. So he had a couple of beers and smoked a few joints, and I think we went in at 10 o'clock at night and ended up walking out at 10 o'clock in the morning. So, 12 hours in a coffee shop. He's never talked to me again since. I don't know why.
Cannabis and coffee's always been a thing for me. I've always drank coffee heavy my whole life. My whole life I've always drank coffee. I still drink coffee to the time I get up, to the time I go to bed today. So I honestly wouldn't really know cannabis. Cannabis, I never really even thought about that. I wouldn't even know cannabis without coffee. It would be weird to pull the one thing out and just have cannabis. I would probably affect me completely different.
Yeah, I think it goes together. I think they complement each other, to be honest, cannabis and coffee. I think that's why they're called coffee shops, aren't they, in Amsterdam? I think it heightens the experience, to be honest, coffee, when you mix it with cannabis. I really do.
I think that I've said this before with a few other people. I really believe the trifecta is cannabis, coffee, and chocolate. Three
Oh,
C's.
yeah.
The 3 C's. Perfect.
Well, I'd have to have a bit of whipped cream on my chocolate, though.
For me, for me, to be honest with you, this is honestly that breakdown and that recipe for me. A warm to kind of hot cup of black coffee, a Snickers bar, and a nice, hopefully, joint of like some pine cannabis or something. But I'm not too picky. As long as the cannabis is there, I'm happy. That would be the ideal. Mm.
Can you see the picture behind me or not?
Is that New York City? It looks like.
It is New York City. It is New York City, but with an English flag over the top. I've never
Have you
been
been
to
to New
America.
York?
No, I've never been to America. Never been to America yet. My ex-wife, she used to live in Boston for a bit. She lived in Boston for a bit. Well, no, never been to America. I've got family in Canada. They live in Canada. I think it's Ontario. They live. Or Vancouver. Not too sure. I've not seen them now for about 25 years, to be honest. It would have been better if I moved to Canada than moved to Germany, to be honest. At least I wouldn't have got busted.
Well, you're pretty well traveled. It sounds like you've had a lot of fun. That's for sure.
Yeah, I can't say I've had a bad life, but it's been hard. Don't get me wrong, really hard life. It still is hard. It still really is hard. I think somebody over me has just gone, I'm going to fuck you up every time you get good. You know what I mean? But I think that happens to a lot of people in the world.
You know, it does. It does. And, you know, we kind of briefly discussed life before the show there. And it can be, it can be a challenge. But you know what? I think that the challenges presented us, you know, for is it actually makes you decide how passionate about, you know, what you're, makes you decide what you're passionate about and how much it means to you. And you know, in this instance, it made me really focus up
Yeah,
on, you know, my past, you know, and how much dedication I'm going to put towards the past ahead of me. And sometimes it takes a step back to look to clear things up. And
true, true,
I
true,
think
true.
life's
Well,
checks and balances, really.
my last 2 years have been total. You know what happened with me? Well, yeah, we ended up. I built a house for the family in England, and because in England you don't have much gardens and everything. My house was smack next to somebody else's house, and my neighbour, he was a total fucking dick, total dick. And in the end, fucking, there was one day we'd be having a barbecue in the garden, and he made a step next. We had a hedge that was, a hedge that was. It was probably about 7 foot tall, 8 foot tall. Like, you know, you couldn't see over it, you know, and it was so thick, couldn't see through it. So he made these steps at the side, and every time we'd have a barbecue, he'd climb up these steps and stick his head over the fucking top of it. Hey, how you doing? And it did me head in the end. It did me head in the end. And I ended up saying, okay, what we're going to do now? Because I can't live here anymore. So we sold the house in England. We got good money for it, like. And originally we were going, because I love fishing, I wanted to find a house with a big, massive lake on it that I could turn into like a fishing complex. And because people are at the moment. People are paying from England. They'll pay probably about £1,000 to go fishing for a week in Europe. You know what I mean? That's a lot of money. So we decided we'll look. So we drove all the way around Europe looking, trying to find somewhere with a lake on. And we found one in France. The lake was probably about 6 or 7 hectares. And it had these carp in it. I'm not being funny. They must have been about 30, 40 pounds in weight. Massive carp in there. But we went to buy some food one day. We were stopping in a guest house near the place. We went to buy some food one day, and the girl that was behind the counter, because she realised I was English and my wife was German, she talked to us like a piece of shit. You know what I mean? The French think they're better than a lot of people. And she told, so we ended up not buying the place. Gorgeous place. Would have loved to buy the place, but because of that, some woman talked to you stupid when you're buying a ham and cheese baguette. We didn't buy the place. So we searched and searched and searched, and eventually we bought the place in Germany, which, yeah, that worked out a bit bad. What happened in Germany was we were still smoking weed and everything, but when we come to Germany, because over here in Bayern, if you get caught, you're in serious shit. So we decided to stop smoking. Problem was, I still had arthritis. Yeah. So then the pain started coming back in my back. So I had to go to the doctors. They started giving me all these tablets and everything else. Managed to build another house. Got that finished. And then there was, I'd been really bad, really ill. Pain in my back was that bad. But there was a festival in the local town next where we lived. And it goes on for 4 days. And every year we've been there. And on the Friday night, I couldn't go because I couldn't even get off the couch. My arthritis, the pain in my back was that bad. I couldn't even get off the couch. So I took that many tablets, just painkillers and everything, to stop the pain, so I could go out on Saturday night with my wife. So yeah, all was okay Saturday. Went out Saturday. What did I do? I drank a beer. Don't mix opiates and painkillers with beer. No, it's dangerous. So I had a beer. Ended up collapsing on the floor off the stool. She looked at me and thought I was just pissed as an asshole. Yeah. And that was the end of my marriage. Bye. And that was because I'd stopped, and it is the truth. That was because I'd stopped smoking cannabis and started taking doctor's tablets. But it was my mistake thinking I could have drunk a beer with him. You know what I mean?
You know, it's terrible. The side effects from the pain medications that the doctors give you can be terrible, from
Oh,
just anxiety to just other health issues. It's a nasty, vicious circle, which
it
is
is.
just led by like, oh, I hate to say it, but it's like a Frankenstein up and down dose. Oh, this one doesn't work. Higher, lower, higher,
Yeah,
lower. Try this
yeah.
one. Higher, lower, higher, lower. Oh, defense, add this. You know what I mean? And it's a nasty cocktail to where eventually you really don't have control of your body, how it feels,
No,
or sometimes even what the fuck you're thinking.
no, no. True, true, true. But you know why they give you that many tablets and everything? It's because they're making money off it at the end of the day. Yeah, that's why I'm made up, to be honest. That America, nearly all the states are legal now, aren't they? I think there's only 2 or 3 that's not legal at the moment. But to me, it's to me, there's a lot of doctors I've been to, and they've said, yeah, they should make cannabis legal. They should make cannabis legal because the effect, the beneficials of cannabis, there's so many. It's a painkiller. It stops inflammation. It stops all. It's crazy. They just need to research a lot more in it, to be honest. But where I live, it's a very Catholic place. Yeah. And
So let me ask you this: do you find the medical value more? Do you get more of a medical value out of the hash that's more available, to you, or more you're accustomed to, or did you find more
well,
medical value in the flower?
to be honest, okay, 2 years ago when I'd stopped smoking weed after and all, and the pain started coming back in my back. Yeah, no, before that, I'd say 4 years ago, because I'd started growing then. Because what got me into growing again was a man called, well, after my wife left, first thing I did was go and stop my medicine and buy some cannabis. That's the first thing I did after she left. And I'd been working. Don't get me wrong. I don't take a lot of cannabis. I'd only really use it when I had pain at night. I'd only take it at night. I wouldn't take it in the morning if I had to go to work or anything like that. I'd only take it at night. If I come home from work and the pain was that bad, I'd either make, first I used to make a tea out of it. Just make a tea out of it and drink a tea. And at weekends I'd probably have a smoke. And health fantastic, for 5 years after my wife left. All I did was take cannabis for me pain, and never took another prescribed tablet. Nothing. But the problem was it was over here. It was costing that much, and then I thought, fuck it, I thought, sod it, I'm going to grow. I'm going to start growing again. I've had enough of this. I'm on my own. Well, my son was with me. My 2 daughters were with the mother, and my son was with me. And so First thing I did was where I was working. I found it wasn't much. It was only an 80-watt sodium bulb. 80-watt sodium bulb. So I thought that's perfect for veg. Yeah. So I made a little closet, put this light in, and started growing one plant under an 80-watt light. 80-watt. Don't get me wrong, the buds were airy and everything like, but it was nice smoke, tasted nice. Didn't know what strain it was because I bought the seeds off the friend that I used to buy the weed off. He said, "Can you get me any seeds?" Oh yeah. So he gave me about 100 seeds for about 20 euros. And yeah. But then the bug started after that. You know how it does. So yeah, okay. Next, then I found out I've got I'd rented like a half a house, and on the left side of me and the right hand side of me, 2 families. Well, one family, I was walking. One man. He was walking past my house one day, and I was sat outside with the fire and everything, like having a grill and barbecue and that. And he come in and talking away, and he said, "Hey, do you smoke?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Try that." He said, "Oh." So we smoked a joint outside. I said, "Where did you get that from?" He said, "From the neighbour on the other side of your house." So I'm stuck in the middle then of 2 people that smoke. Yeah. So that's where it started then. That's where it started. So the next thing we all decided, okay, we'll drive to Austria, because in Austria, you can buy seeds, you can buy cannabis and everything, but it's not allowed to have too much THC. It's more CBD in Austria. You're allowed to grow CBD in Austria, but you can buy proper seeds. So we drive to Austria. Took about 45, 50 minutes. Went to Austria. I bought some OG Kush seeds, you know, and Super Silver Haze, and what was the other one? I forgot. Anyway, my friend bought he bought some super lemon haze, and a strain called Chronic Kush. Yeah, I don't know whether you heard of them. Have you heard of them?
All of them good strains. All of them good strains for sure.
Yeah.
Your choices, I believe, are on the better side.
Yeah. So okay, we come back with the seeds, and I thought that's when I just put them in the cupboard and didn't start growing. I thought, right, I need to learn how to grow this. So I went onto YouTube, and the first person that I stumbled onto was MV Closet Grower. You know MV. Yeah.
I do. I've tried several times to get that cat on the show. I've got tons of respect. He's from Michigan.
Is
I've
he?
even tried to, I've tried to use that in as, hey, man, come on. Let's talk. You're Michigan based. You know what I mean? Fucking.
No way.
Nah. he hasn't ruled it. We haven't ruled it out. It's just I'm busy. And he probably
I
is
know,
busy, but I'm not
I
giving
know.
up. I want to hear this story.
He's moved now, and I think he doesn't live in Michigan anymore. I think he moved. Well, he
Oh no, I
started
think
doing.
he just moved again. I think he may be in Colorado, but
Uh,
I'm not for sure.
and
He just
I know he started taking a degree, didn't he, in horticulture. I'm still subscribed to his website. He does post every now and again. Like, well, I've been subscribed to him now for probably about 7 years, 6, 7 years now. But anyway, getting back to that, yeah. So he did this series called How to Grow series. Yeah. So I watched it. He he was showing how to grow with general hydroponics, nutrients. So okay, I bought the 3 nutrients: nitrogen, phosphorus, and grow, and all this. Then I bought the light he had too. It was I can't remember the make of it, but it had 4 cobs in it and blur pulls all around it. Cost me €600 over here. It was a lot of money. But yeah, and then so I watched that, and then I got into it. I stumbled on a man called Subcool. Yeah, that was on. I think it was the Weed Nation. I think something like that. Weed Nerd Nation. You were probably there when I was there. Pardon?
God, so I was just saying I miss that dude.
Yeah, I
Mr.
miss him too.
Subcool.
It could. I followed him to the end, to be honest. Followed him live, every live stream he posted. And the last live stream he posted, I was fucking gutted because you could see something was going to happen. You could see. But anyway, he learned me a lot. And then he got me. That's when then he started with Mendo Dope. Mendo Dope were doing the first season album, I think it was. That's when I really got into them all. And Subcool and what's her name? I forgot her name now. That's crazy. The woman with the big tits. Sorry. What's her name?
Miss
Miss
Jill.
Jill. Miss Jill. Yeah.
Hey, well, I guess how you connect things together, you know what I mean? We all have our way of remembering things, I guess. Oh.
I was going to say big trees, to be honest, not big. Anyway. But now when they went to see Mendo's garden, oh no, yeah, it was Mendo's garden. Or was it Subcool's garden? And
What? They have
and the
pictures of both, to be honest with you. The album
yeah,
cover from Mendo is in Mendo's garden.
was it?
Yes.
I think Frenchie was with them too, wasn't he? I think something like that. Anyway, I saw the size of these plants and thought, my God, I never thought cannabis plants could get that big. Really didn't. Planters of the trees. Yeah, seriously planted the trees. And then, I'm into Subcool and Mendo Dope. And also I'm into the Grow Tube Round Table. Yeah. So normally at a weekend, it still is now, to be honest, at a weekend, normally on a Friday. Friday night is just unreal. But anyway, the best shows I used to watch was Subcool, MV, Grow Tube Roundtable, and Mendo when they did the updates. And also I used to, I really do miss Grow Tube Roundtable, really do. Still watch Dargo now.
Spiky,
Yeah.
how can you, I mean, you watched all the good shows from back in that era. How did you not, how is Med Grower 1 not in that lineup? I mean, he's another Michigan grower.
I've not finished.
And that cat has poured his heart and soul into the community.
Yeah,
He's one of the only ones out of that era still dumping and giving. You know, I gotta give tons of respect to Med Grower 1. And it breaks my heart to be making me left out.
Let me finish. I'm only at the beginning. I'm only at the beginning.
I'm sorry.
Med Grow 1. I've been subscribed to him now for 6 years, maybe 7. You know, 2 weeks ago I was gutted when they shut his channel down, but he opened it up again. Thank God. If you ask, if you ever talk to him and mention my name, he'll know me. The other one is Bingus. Bingus. The Sir. Hello. Yeah. I love Bingus. I first met him on, he used to go on the GML show. Yeah. He used to be on the GML show. I used to. But I've been on all these shows, but I used to be under a different name. I changed my name after the police raided me.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
And Bingus is another great one. You know, he's been, I've met so many great people to this last year, and I have to, Bingus is definitely among the top of the list. Came in a little bit late, but man, he definitely earned his spot very quickly up, you know, claimed his spot up there.
It must be 5 years I've known Bingus. But he knows me as Spikey Piliot now, but he knows me as another name too. Yeah. I'm not going to say the other name because I'll let the bag out of the basket. But no, like Free Growley, yeah, Pedro, yeah. Do you want me to carry on? How many? I've been a weed.
There's a lot of greats, you know, and I'd honestly let you go. I should let you go because every one of them deserve that shout out and respect, man. They've all put so much fucking good vibes, information, knowledge into the community. They deserve their fucking shout outs all the time. So if you want to commit that, can finish that list up, be my guest there because, like I said, they do deserve their due.
His and hers grow. Green jeans. You know. Eagle Gardens.
You know, there's a lot of people that shoot. I wish that we're still putting it out there. You know, I don't know what happened. I guess the YouTube purge may have been one of them things that had been very discouraging. Like Med Grower 1, thank goodness he got that channel back. I can't imagine. You know, I've only put a year into this. I put a lot into this. And that's one of the things that I talk about, you know, as of late, refocusing and, you know, realizing how bad you want it. As of late, you know, I've talked about my cannabis journey many a times and how it's changed through the years. And as of late, you know, I kind of grade up a minute, even though I was doing the show. But I have, you know, I honestly thought as of late, you know, it's balls in. At this point, I can honestly say with cannabis, my love for cannabis, my projects I have going with cannabis, it is, I'm dedicated. I am completely dedicated at this point in my life. I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a servant to the lady at this point, and proud to be. You know, cannabis has changed my life and been there in so many ways, man. I just.
You ever seen a plant like
I'm there
that?
for. It's a beautiful plant in all
No,
phases.
it's duck foot. It's got duck foot. It's only three leaves.
Of course.
I've
And we're
never had a plant.
keepers.
I've never had a plant like that before. Duck foot. Never had a plant like that. Never in my life. No, I don't know what to do with it. It's been growing slowly. I've only got one. At the moment, I've got the biggest aloe vera plant you'd ever seen in your life. And I've got quite a few chili plants too. But I've only got that one at the moment. That is all I've been playing with. And that is a seed from what you sent me. It's not the Agent Orange. They just all died. The Agent Orange, I was devastated. When I got them seeds, if you'd have wanted, when you sent me them seeds, if you wanted me to get on a plane and come and kiss your ass, I'd have come and kiss your ass. When you sent me them seeds, I was made up. I've been trying to get subcool seeds for years, and you just couldn't get them shipped to Germany. There's no chance. And you sent me a little extra present with 2 slaps as well, didn't you?
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Oh, sorry. Have I opened too much? No, he
No,
sent me
sir, we're all
nothing.
good.
He sent me nothing.
Souvenirs and stickers.
Yeah, souvenirs and stickers. Sorry.
Oh, we're all good, brother.
No, I've had it.
Like I said, I'm proud of my journey in this cannabis thing. I really am. You know, you mentioned earlier in this interview that I've been there to help you out this last year.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is it works both ways. You know what I mean? When I show up and everybody else shows up, it means so much to me. It very much works both ways. I appreciate everybody else as much as they appreciate the show, if not even more so, to be honest with you. So
for me, for me, if it wasn't for all the weed nerds and everything, I'd say I probably wouldn't be here now. To be honest, I need to thank all you in chat, everybody that knows me. It's made my life, I'd say 100% better, and it gets you through the bad times. You know, one person I really do miss, is oh fucking hell, my mind's just gone blank. No, I can't do this now. My mind's gone blank. That's total shit. You know who I'm gonna say? Oh fuck! That is dumb.
Yeah. That's funny too.
It's because I've started smoking this joint.
That's the good stuff.
It was on the end of me tongue, and it just gone. Vec.
If you remember correctly, we call that a squirrel. We call that a squirrel around here. We call that a squirrel around.
Yeah, the squirrel. Just let me. It'll come back in a minute. But you know who I'm gonna say, and he's not with us anymore, and I miss him. Fantastic, man. Fuck. I can't believe I forgot his name.
Well, I don't know. We've lost.
You know who it is.
Last year.
The man with the smile and the laugh.
DOA? Mr.
Yeah,
DOA?
DOA.
There we go.
Oh fuck! I can't believe I
Yes.
forgot that. Then that is humiliating for me. That I used to always write him and everything, and I can't believe I forgot his name. That is so sad. That's upset me now. He's
He
upset,
was a
upset me.
loss, man. And he very much missed.
Yeah.
Very much missed.
So
Again, another blessing this last year.
So how are you going to make this new strain? What are you going to make it with? Because who was it that was talking the other night? He had. Have you decided what two strains you're
Miranda
going to come?
Family Farms, who's in.
Yeah, Miranda.
It's funny that you can't see Chad because Miranda Family Farms, who just as you brought that up, said he was dedicating, donating the strains. One of them,
No.
and he was quick to point out, I think it should be half Jack Straw. He was a fan of the song. I think it should be, in my opinion, he enjoyed the song Jack Straw. Is one of his favorite Mando Dope songs. I'm not sure if he ever tried the strain, to be honest with you. But the other one he always talked about that he really loved was the Chilumbium from North Star. So I think if we could take the Jack Straw and cross it with the Chilumbium, that would be a good match to call DOA. But that's my opinion, and I think it would be open to what the community thinks as well. But anytime we can get that going, I'm willing to dedicate some space to that. So
How would you do that at your place though? Because you've got that many tents. You'd have to make a sealed unit.
More tents.
More tents.
That's all tents. All tents.
Yeah, outside.
I don't think it would be all that bad. I've actually got a mail, the Fort Jefferson mail, floating around right now that I'm planning to do something with for some reason. He just kind of spoke to me. He's got his own features, and that's the tri branching. Every branch, every internode there, he's wanting to throw three branches. Even the lower branches, three branches, all the way up, which kind of say a little bit something special about him. But, I'm keeping him around just for funsies sakes,
That's very rare. Very rare. Three branches, very rare. What's the best strain you've ever grown, do you think?
The strongest, I think. The one that was
best flavor. I'm not bothered about the strong me. I like flavor. As long as it's flavor and does a bit, I'm not bothered.
Man, there's been so many good ones over the years. That's a tough one. I've always been partial to the flavor of a lavender kush. I like the. I really appreciate the flavor of that. White Rhino. I've always appreciated the flavors and tones in that. I'm really these days really partial to pines.
I know you're partial to pines.
Captured my taste as of late. It reminded me of like some of the first really good smoke I ever had. The OG Kush that I grew, the original OG Kush that I grew for a while. I actually had to put that back because that one, that's why I had to clarify when you said if we were putting strength into that mix. Because I really enjoyed that strain, but it was too much. It was fucking too much for me. It was super greasy, gassy. I mean, it would just gum up your scissors. But man, you'd smoke one. I'm a multi-joint smoker. You know, there, I
Yeah.
don't know if it falls into the legend of the smoke 2 joints before you smoke 2 joints before you smoke 2 joints, but it seems to be the rule of thumb is that I'm usually rolling at least 2 at a time. So, and what one of the OG Kush, man, it was good, and you kind of got uppity, but then that second one would smack me right back down into the couch, and I wasn't getting shit done. Full day of work, man. Come home, smoke 2 of those joints, and that was the end of the day right there. And it was like, I've got to open the garden up to some other shit. You know, them
Well,
are some of my favorites right off the top, other than, you know, the subcool TGA stuff. Them are some of the ones that stand out.
yeah, if anybody's interested, I don't know whether you'd be interested, like, but I've got 10 seeds here of it's a cross of chronic Kush cross with OG Kush. I had both plants and didn't pay much attention to them, and one was a bloody male on it. So we ended up with quite a lot of seeds. Chronic Kush is a cross of Northern Light crossed with AK-47. And the Ogie Kush, the seeds I had with the plant was probably 7 years. I grew this 7 years. The seeds are probably 7 years old now. But I did try the other day. I've been keeping them in the fridge, and I thought, right, I'm going out on Eagles. If anybody has interest in them, you can do a raffle or whatever you want to do, the number game, and I'll send them seeds to them. They'll be regulars, but it's a chronic Kush crossed with Ogie Kush. Problem with the strain is it, you know, Ogie Kush is a stretcher. It's a killer of a plant. Yeah, I think when I grew it, it took me 9 to 10 weeks to flower the bugger. But that was when I had blurple lights and shit like that. Like, you know, the lights nowadays are a hell of a lot better now, aren't they? You know what I mean? So up to you. Well, I don't know how we'd be able to get. I don't know how we'd be able to get them to you. Like.
That can be a little tricky, to be honest.
I know.
I don't know. I know how I do it, or could do it, or allegedly, or it may have on this end, but vice versa. It's hard for me to give advice. The only thing I could possibly say is um, it should easier as just like a basic letter. You know what I mean? If you were to just put postage heavy and as international shipping,
Yeah.
buy like international stamps.
I'm not bothered about the postage or anything. That it's just about how I'd get the where to send it to.
Oh, the details, the address. Oh, that's the easy part.
Yeah.
That's the easy part, Spikey.
I'm not bothered about postage or anything like that. I'm bothered about how to get the where to send it to.
That's the easy part. They could contact me, and I could easily relay the information over to you via email.
Well, if what does chat think? Has anybody interested in the seeds? They're just regular, no problem. I planted 2 probably 3 days ago. I put them in a paper towel, and within a day and a half, the root was like 2 to 3 centimeters long in a day and a half. Yeah. So I've put them in a bit of earth at the moment. They're probably only about 3 or 4 centimeters high, but I think that's quite interesting, to be honest. I've never had a seed germinate that quick, to be honest. Never had a seed germinate, but I did put a bit of mycorrhizae the powder. I put that on in the paper towel and wet the paper towel, and then put the seeds in, and within a day and a half, we just sprouted.
Well,
seeds.
Well, they're definitely interest spiky. So, and it's actually going up. There's 103 watching right now.
Wow.
Usually I go 4 times. I go 4 times the number to kind of give them a 1 in 4 odds. But you know, this time we're so close, we might as well go from 0 to 420. A number
0,
between
420.
there only makes perfect sense. So I know you can tap if you want to pick out the number. You can like tap your phone and there's a chat between me and you. There'll be tap it and it'll say chat. Yeah, and that's just between me and you, like a Zoom chat.
I'm gonna have to put my glasses on though. Hey,
that's all. So you can pick out the number and give it to me. That way I can verify it, and then I'll put in start in chat when I get the number.
All I've got. What? Wait. All I've got on my screen is mute, stop video, share, participants.
It might be ... Yeah, more.
Oh, okay.
We'll throw out a minute and a half to give them. Give them a minute and a half to pick out that lucky number. Let me set my timer.
No, it's not working.
And the more you should just be able to push chat, and then you should be able to type it in. It should pop up on my end.
It's not working, Eagle. Oh, okay. Chat. Okay. It says your text can be seen by everyone.
Yeah, just me and you, everybody in the meeting.
Okay.
I got it. So you guys know the deal. One guess only, unless you see your number has only been guessed. Multiple guesses will get you disqualified. And good luck. Here you guys go. Pretty awesome of you, Mr. Spikey. I'm sure everybody...
The name I've called it is called FISO.
How'd you decide on that one?
Well, it's my first 2 letters of my second name, and the first 2 letters of my best friend's name. Yeah.
It sounds like a good cross, that's for sure.
It is a good cross. It is a good cross. I have grown it. The problem is it does like to stretch. You need to train it. Really need to train it. Yeah. It'll stretch that much. Or bring your lights
like
down.
Twice, 3 times the size.
No, you just the internote structure is if you got your light too high, it'll just grow like, and the internote structure it'll just be quite long. You know what I mean? It's a kush at the end of the day.
Everybody loves kush. Everybody loves kush. That is the minute and a half mark. Nothing counts after that stop mark right there. I'm sorry. What about Bob? For those of you who would like to help scour through the chat real quick, the number was 147. I seen some close guesses there, that's for sure. Let me go back from the start here to see who is the closest. some math here. I think 169 was the closest, eh?
Ooh.
Oh, no, right there, 145. Justin Station. It don't get no closer than that. Justin Station, 145. Congratulations, Justin. I need to write that down.
Yeah.
Congrats, my friend.
I can't see chat.
That's who it was. And thank you very much, Spikey, for
No
throwing him
problem.
out some seeds there.
I hope they work out for him.
Write my book just so I don't forget. I do forget sometimes. Congratulations. So, what are some of your favorite strains that you've grown or even smoked? I guess I've kind of asked you which one's your favorite to smoke, or
My
at least
favourite
tried in
strain.
Amsterdam.
My favourite strain I grew. I love like you, the OG Kush. Fantastic. But it has to be the original. You know, there's a lot of OG Kushies that aren't 100% OG Kush. I know for a fact that cross that I've just give you is 100% OG Kush crossed with chronic Kush. So it could turn out more OG Kush, but at the end of the day, if it turns out more Northern Lights or AK-47, I think that all three strains are good strains, to be honest, I think, at the end of the day. But I had a problem. I went to shopping in Austria, bought some seeds. I bought some orange bud by Dutch Passion Seeds, feminized. I bought a pack of them. I bought a pack of Jack Hur from Diaphragm, Dutch Dragon. Google. Problem was I decided my son likes to smoke a bit too, you know what I mean. So I said to him, I said, right, I showed him the pictures of all the strains. I said, right, which one should we start growing first? Because I thought, right, I'll just start two or three seeds of one strain at a time and see what comes out. Whichever is the best, I'll take some clones of and keep the clones, and you know what I mean. What happened? And I've heard this quite regular now with feminized seeds. One Hermide, fucking Hermide. I had 3 plants, gorgeous plants, and one Hermide. Yeah. So we ended up. As soon as I saw it, but it was too late. It had opened its pollen sac. But I dragged it out of there, pulled all the nanas off it and what was left and everything, kept it separate. But it was too late. But the other 2 plants, they didn't have that many seeds in it, but is that true? If you got feminized seeds and it Hermes, do you get feminized seeds out the other plants or no? I'm not too sure about that. Or is it going to have the strain of Hermes in it?
That's one. That's so. If it were a light leak and it produced a nanner, it's still going to be a fountain. What produced from then on, it will be a fountain.
Well, what happened?
This is where my bugaboo lies, because you said it came from a fem already.
Yeah.
Now, And since it already came from a femme, that would mean to me that it is expressing,
Yeah,
Hermie traits. So I
yeah,
would be leery to wonder if that next gen would be
yeah.
like super Hermie or freakish. Uh,
I,
yeah, I'd
I'm
be
not bothered.
almost leery of that. It should be a femme. To answer your question, yes, it will be another female seed. But how
Yeah,
fucked up or weird it would be,
yeah.
I can't.
Well,
I can't say.
that's what I thought. That's what I thought, to be honest. That's what I thought. What happened? Uh, what I was doing, I had two tents. Yeah, one was for flower, and the other one was for veg and clones. Yeah. In the flower tent, there was a couple of small leaks, but it was in my bedroom. Yeah. I used to keep it in my bedroom. So when I used to go in the bedroom at night, I'd turn the light up. So they were only like pinhead holes. They weren't a lot. But the one problem I did have, I think it was stress that did it. I think it was stress, to be honest. Uh, my daughter come round and she didn't know I grew. Yeah. So what I did was turn, because the fans were going and everything in the room and everything, and the lights were on, and she had to sleep in that bedroom. Yeah. So I turned everything off. So it was in total dark for 24 hours. And then after 24 hours, I turned it back on again. So I think that was a bit of a stress, to be honest. And that's where I think it come from. But I've heard a lot uh, of people on the internet say Dutch passing seeds, the feminized seeds, they do tend to hurt me quite a bit. Like, so I'll never buy Dutch passion seeds again. But the smoke, I did have some clones off them, and grew the clones out, and they didn't hurt me. But and the smoke was fantastic, It did taste. The buds were like orange and green, and quite big buds, and taste. It didn't taste too much of orange. I don't understand why they called it orange bud, but that's probably because of the colour of it, to be honest. But it worked out. But I ended up with about, must have been about 500-600 seeds. Yeah. But the police took them off me.
Right. So when that's a touchy subject. Do you want to talk about the busts? I mean,
We'll get
that's
round to that
pretty
before the
deep.
end of the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so yeah, light leaks can suck, but sometimes it's best to get them out of the way. Catch that shit early. As far as the Dutch passion thing goes, I haven't never worked with a lot of seeds I've gotten from them, so I
No.
can't speak to you on experience on that. But if they're putting out bum seeds, that sucks, man. People put a
Yeah.
lot in there into their growth, and especially people over there. You know what I mean? When their security is really counts, man. God, you put all that into your grow and risk your
Yeah.
security. You
Yeah.
know, God damn, you don't want to fucking shit towards the end. That's unfair.
Well, I do know shit happens, doesn't it? It does happen. You know what I mean? But you spend that much on seeds, and you think, oh yeah, okay. But I really do think I stressed the plants out a bit too much. Stressed the plant out. But then again, there was 3 plants in there, so why didn't they all
That's
hurt
how
me?
I would have handled any like say if my power would go out right now and it would interrupt my cycle and it were to be out, you know what I mean? I wouldn't if when the power came back on, I would probably just leave things off. I would leave things off till and dark until light cycle tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
to hear it was just 24 hours and then things came on, I would
yeah.
see I couldn't see that being enough of a stressor to
No,
for that to be the reason for her.
I
That's just
have
my
heard
opinion.
a few people say they've had seeds off Dutch passion that have hermied before. Like, but I think any feminized seed can do that. To be honest, you know, when you're changing a seed into just feminized, it's difficult. You know what I mean? You can't you can't 100% say uh, a feminized seed is going to be 100% feminized, and it's going to be a female. Can you? You can't. There's no way you can do that. I don't think.
They're doing really good things with feminized seeds these days, but it sounds like they were just working off Hermie genetics over there
I
to
think
make
so. I
female
really do think
seeds.
so.
Sound like they just didn't understand the process. They kind of rushed it to get some out. Is what it kind of sounds like.
Yeah,
But people that know what they're doing, it's getting more reliable. But I think they should only be worked with as a, a way to get a cheat a little bit. I wouldn't breed with female seeds, to be honest with you. There's something that tells me breeding
right.
with
Yeah,
seeds isn't the way to go. I'd rather see strains be crossed from reg seeds. Mom and pop come from regular photos.
I mean, I'm interested in. Well, next time I get a chance to grow, uh, I'm interested to have a go at these autos. To be honest, I think autos have come on 100% in the last few years. Don't know why. Johnny likes to
It's,
grow them a lot, doesn't he?
I think he's just starting down that road there. Ollie Noble grows a few big
Yeah,
Boom Farms grows his share outdoors, and then Boom was one of the ones that initially raised my eyebrow about the autos. I've seen some nice, beautiful auto flowers indoors, but I had never seen like those 6, 7 footers outdoors until I started talking to the Canadian guys, the Canadian growers, and noticed that's what they were using up there, and they were pretty happy with what they were getting. That was the surprise, is they were like, "Yeah, that's really not that fucking bad." And what I've heard moreover now is like, if you're interested in, just extract purposes, how
yeah.
could you, you can't beat that quick flip and then, smashing it or extracting it. Shit seems to be the way.
Extracts. Love to be able to have a go at this bubble hasher one day, but here there's no chance I could do that. Bubble
It's the
hash.
easiest way. It seems like that's just the easiest way myself. I don't know.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I've got that episode on favorites. To be honest, I've watched that quite a few times now. It was interesting to see how you modified the machine. To be honest, really interested to see how you modified it. Like you must have a good head up there.
I like to think so. I like to think so. It's a craftsman in me. It's a craftsman in me.
The best machine I've ever seen is the one Frankie had when he went to Mendo's and did the night bubble hash session. Have you ever seen that one?
Is that
No,
the one where he's using his machine there,
yeah,
his
yeah.
custom machine?
It's all like a stainless steel machine, isn't it?
That machine was lost at Sub's house the night of the
Was it?
fire.
No
Yep.
way.
Yeah.
Tell,
That in fact, he him and Frenchie were there the day before making some of the garden hash there. They were processing the outdoor garden. And Frenchie had left the day before, had left this machine there with Mr. Bond. And Mr. Bond was making hash that evening and had just finished up and left right before the fire. And that machine was right there in the tent, kind of
No way.
waiting for the next day of washing. But yeah, that machine was lost in the fire. The first
Oh.
prototype was lost at Sub's house in the fire.
I could make one of them. I'm a stainless steel welder by trade.
That's a skill. That's a fucking skill, bro.
Yeah. Stainless steel is dear.
Shit, that's a fucking. They can't get. They're making them trucks out of it over here these days, and they can't fucking. Nobody knows how to fucking weld that shit.
Only. No way. I better come over there for a job then.
Should. It's a lot more cannabis friendly, it sounds like.
Yeah, definitely. What are you drinking there, kombucha?
No, poison.
What? Poison? What, Coca-Cola?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, no kombucha tonight. I grabbed some nasty sugar. That's all I had handy. Sometimes that coffee, it's usually I got black coffee right here on this side, and then I usually try to keep a juice or a kombucha on the other side, because that black coffee after a few joints in can be very, I don't know, it's not refreshing after a while. So, but I still love that coffee. I go back and forth, but tonight, unfortunately, it's that sugar, that nasty, nasty sugar.
It's daylight here now.
Few hours to go for here.
I
appreciate you for hanging out. 24 hours is tough to do, man. Very tough to do, and then hang out and do something like this. I'm sure.
I knew I had to do it.
That puts you right next. The only other person that's done that is Rasa Bob did it. Still went 24 hours and then came on the show. So that puts you right next to that cool ass dude right there, man. To stay up and stay up and do the show. That's amazing, man.
I've got
that in itself means a lot to me that somebody would do that just to come hang out with us tonight. That's fucking awesome.
I've got a lot of respect for Rasta Bob's genetics, to be honest. Eerie genetics. Just it's so hard to get things shipped to you, to be honest. That's the problem. I can go on the websites and find all these seeds in America, but shipping is ridiculous. Like, even with, I've always wanted one of these HLG lights, to be honest. But even when the 550 come out, I thought, my God, what a light. But the shipping, wow. You can forget it. There's no chance. No chance. No chance at all.
Anyway, what? A second here. I hesitated to show that Coke because, I have much respect for everybody that, watches the show. Even more so the ones that take the time to show they care, quit drinking shit like that. It's poison. And I actually knew the Major General 420 Army, who I have tons of respect for, was in chat. And he's, every time he sees me drinking Coke, or something nasty like that, he's very nice enough to go in the next day, hey, I seen you drinking that poison, motherfucker. Put that shit down. And I knew he was, when you asked, I knew he was in chat. That's why I was so reluctant to pull it in front of the camera, because I knew he was live and was going to call me on that shit. And you're
Well,
absolutely right. It is a poor reason to be drinking it tonight. You know, I've been putting a lot of thought in that, not to be getting too sidetracked. I believe as I'm learning, you know, how more and more how micros relate to our gut health and as that second mind. And I realized that there's bad micros in my gut too that could
yeah,
also be a second mind. And what do the bad micros and a lot of micros feed off of? Sugars, bad sugars, white
mm,
sugars, all sugars, you know. And I'm guilty of having chocolates, sweets, and like that. So as of late, I've kind of wondered, God, I've got to cut that out because I know I've got to be feeding nothing but the bad in my gut. So I gotta cut that shit out and just kind of feed the good, the wise, the wise Michaels in my gut. Quit entertaining the
cut
bullshit.
out,
So
cut out
yeah,
McDonald's.
for sure, for sure.
I remember some of the earlier shows. You used to drink a lot of cans of Coke, a lot, and then you stopped. You stopped drinking Coke
That's
for a
what
while.
I knew it was what I was doing, and you know, I kind of it was partly to do with the major there. You know, I was drinking a whole lot of when I was doing the Michigan Bros Grow Show. I was drinking a whole lot of energy drinks, and then fucking I talked to Red Setter Farms, and he kind of made a link with the energy drinks and anxiety, so I gave them fuckers up. And then I kind of when I first started the show, so it was like back in February, I knocked off the energy drinks. And I was leaning on the Cokes when I first started the show. And I kind of realized how shitty it was. And then, you know, Major kind of called me on that shit. You know, that was, and when I say I'm going to do something, I usually try to honor that. And I've only drank a few Cokes since that time. And every time I have, he's
What
called me on
what
it. I love that about people. I honestly love that shit about people, man. I do. Sometimes you need to kick in the ass, and I love people that aren't afraid to kick me in the ass in a fucking positive way.
I
Shout
used to
out
drink
to all you guys.
I used to drink a lot of Coke, a lot of Coke, and one of my friends, he come round one night and he dropped a copper coin in me Coke. I said, "What do you do that for?" He said, "Just wait, take it out in about 10 minutes and see what it looks like." And I took it out in 10 minutes, and it was like brand new. The, the Coke had stripped everything off it. You know what I mean? All the nasty shit and everything cleaned it. It was like, so I thought to myself, well, if I'm drinking that, what's it doing to my stomach? But you can say that with anything, to be honest. You can say that with anything. But that's what stopped me drinking cola. At the moment, all I drink is beer. Sorry. Now, and I like orange juice. Orange juice I drink a lot of.
For me, it's coffee and juices anymore. But tonight it was only. I should have went for water. To be honest with you, I should have just went for water on that second. Yeah. So back to cannabis. Back to the cannabis journey.
Back to the cannabis community, okay?
Journey. So
Where we
you
will.
mentioned pro mix. What do you prefer? What are you growing currently, and or would you have grown in? What's your choice nowadays?
Cocoa and perlite at the moment. Yeah. It took me a while to suss out the cocoa because it's totally different to growing it from Promix. I had a lot of problems learning how to the nutrients Yeah, because in cocoa there's no nutrients at all. Yeah, and then I thought I learned by watering cocoa is totally different. You know, you water perlite and it'll stop wet for days and days and days. You water cocoa and you can water it like no tomorrow. What goes out, what is in comes out, what it doesn't want. End of story. I don't think you can overwater cocoa, can you? Or not? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on that. But
I don't
to
think
me,
you can, as long as you can, as long as it's not sitting in like a a container
yeah,
full or a saucer full. As long as it drains dry, I don't think you can overwater.
I've really got a lot of interest in. I think with a bit of time, in a bit of time, I think I will have interest in organics because I don't grow that much. Yeah, and after what you said too on the grow room forum, that organics makes a stronger plant and all. I think that's true. I think that is true. Yeah, and to be honest, is a lot easier. To be honest, once you've got the organic setup, you know, have you worms in your beds or not?
No, no,
No.
not even worms in it. Worm
All right.
castings and bunny shit. We topped it off with, but no worms.
Oh, okay.
It'd be a nice addition maybe for the next round.
I'm interested to. At the moment, I'm learning how to make a worm bin. To be honest, because if I think the perfect thing would be a worm bin to grow in. To me, sorry, I don't know whether that'll work out like, but if you've got a good worm family going on in your bins, like with like what goes on outside, you know, like a cover crop and all that you trim down and everything, and the worms will eat that, and it all goes out. So I think I'm really interested in that side of the view. To be honest, I really am. Really am. I think that
I
comes
definitely.
from. I think it comes from the
That's,
Mendo Dope side. To be honest, I've watched them since they've been growing out. Well, they've been growing out so all their lives, like. But seeing how when they got together with Green Shock, you know what they're doing outside. They're making like molehills, aren't they, out of compost and all, with worms and everything inside. It's all natural. I think that's a lot better than they're amending with teas and that, like. But I'll never forget the show when they did one. Oh, we're making fish head soup today. Whee! And they stuck all these trout heads in this tea, made a tea, and then every hole they dug out, they stuck a trout head in there, doom, doom, and watered it over the top and covered it up. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not that clued up on all that side of the game, but I think it's really interesting. If you could use what like over here we have bins outside the house. One's blue for paper, one's black for all the shit you throw out the house, and the other one's brown, and that all gets took to recycle off to the recycle place and turned into compost. It's all all the food and everything else that, potato peelings and what comes out of your garden, and they turn it into compost, and then bag it up and sell it again over here. That's what they're doing. I don't know what they do with it in America. They do the same or not?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see more and more organics, to be honest with you. It isn't in here full. Still very open-minded. I haven't ditched the cocoa in full, but I'm
No.
excited more and more to learn. I can be very stubborn about things, very slow to change, but I like to learn. I'd like to know 100% what I'm getting into. When I buy something, I fucking look at almost every store I can possibly purchase from. I know it's cheap, but before I pull the trigger, and I have been very guilty of driving a few extra miles, 20 minutes, half hour, sometimes an hour to save 10, $20 on a tool or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Well,
with organics or anything else, I'm going to probably read as many books as I can. And, I want to be able to control. I'm getting a little bit guilty of wanting to control things, that's why I'm in cocoa. Like you said, there's nothing there. It's you pretty much controlling things as you go along. But I'm
yeah, but
appreciating the organic side of life for sure.
have you is the organics finished or not yet? Have you cut it down or not? No.
Just pulling one down, or finished pulling one down today. I'll be pulling the other one down
Oh, okay.
tomorrow. I had to regret. Well, there's no regrets. I shouldn't say that. It's my family's probably kicking me right now, and I don't even feel it. There's no regrets, but the organics did outperform the cocoa side of things. I don't. There's no fingers to point there. It is what it
You,
is. The nutrients I had available, what I was using at the time, but yeah, the
are you
plants
gonna
look
leave?
better overall, structure,
Yeah.
yield, and I'm sure to be tested, taste, but I'm sure.
Well, that is it. That is important. Have you left the roots in the bed or not? Have you took them out?
So far, carcass is standing in one. I've debated on if I'm gonna, pull it
There's
out
a
and
lot.
flip it or add to it or whatever. Yeah.
Uh, there's a lot of people leave it in, don't they, for nutrients? I've noticed that.
A lot of people are saying that is most definitely the way to go. Let the enzymes and everything fucking break it down and provide, you know, put it right back to the soil.
Yeah.
It seems foreign to me, to be honest with you.
Oh,
I hate to admit it, I've been one of the wasteful growers all these years. I still take fucking pots of cocoa out to the backyard and bust up them root balls, plant seed in it, and fucking, which is funny because I use that chunky cocoa, and it's pretty well broken down by the time it hits the exteriors. I flip it a few
yeah.
times, but man, that shit is super easy to grow grass in. Man, you think would it's not, man. You could almost have fucking grass overnight and shit, man. Sprinkle water, fucking what spot in a few days.
That was
So
crazy.
much easier to hide than the perlite too, by the way. That
Yeah.
grows in a lot of soils.
Yeah. 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 Anyway, I'll carry on a bit more with the story, I think. So okay, yeah, started growing. Uh, got I'm growing like perpetual grow, harvest. Another plant, 2 or 3 plants in. Next harvest, another 2 plants in. So like every 2 months, I was getting a harvest. Yeah. ungefähr. But I was ending up with a little bit too much at the end of the day. But I noticed where I was keeping it. I was keeping it in a locked room and everything like. So, but I noticed I kept it in jars. I like to cure it for quite a long time, to be honest. Like at least 2 months at least. I think it gets really better with curing for a longer time, to be honest. But I noticed after a while, it was getting smaller and smaller. But I put that down for a while to moisture going out. You understand? So yeah, okay, no problem. Then one day I come home and my bedroom had been broken into through the window, but you wouldn't be able to tell. But we have these like fly nets over the window, and it had been moved. I thought, yeah, what's going on? So I looked around the bedroom and everything, and I had no weed in there, all apart from I had probably about two grams under my bed, and this 2 grams had suddenly turned into like 1 gram. Yeah. Okay. There's only one person in the house that lives with me. It's my son. Yeah. So I asked him about it. No, Dad. No, I haven't. No. Okay. I'll believe you. No problem. Must have been a week later. My son gets out of bed to go to work. I go to bed to work him about an hour later than him. And next minute, there's a bang on the door, and it's my son. Dad. I say, whoa, the police are here. Yeah. I go, what? I just think, okay, I've got 2 tents. There's not really a lot I can do at 7 o'clock in the morning. Open the door, come on in. We've got a warrant to search your premises. We believe you have a cannabis farm under your house. I go, I grow for myself. I said, I've got arthritis. It helps me out. And yeah, there's the plants. End the story. So they come in, took all the seeds that I got from the orange bud, everything they could see. They took the tents, they took cut the plants off and everything. I had 3 plants that were probably about, and this was orange bud, the best I've ever grown. No seeds, no nothing from the clones. And they were probably about a week from harvest. So they cut them off, took the tents down, took all the lights, took the fans, took everything. I had 4 plants in the veg tent that were ready to go into flower when the other ones were done. So there's no flowers on them or nothing. And I had I think it was 6 or 7 clones that were only, I'd say, 5 centimeters high. So they cut them down as well. So yeah, okay, police have raided me. I'm in shit now. What the fuck happens? Yeah, it's okay. I get talked to the solicitor, blah, 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 blah. And what come out was my son, he knew I was growing, had no problem with it. If he wanted some weed, all he ever had to do was ask and I'd give it to him free, no problem. But what the little bugger was doing was going in, stealing, yeah? And what he did was write on his handy to his friend that he'd got some weed, and his friend got stopped by the police because his friend was a bad lad, really bad. He's got a criminal, he was only 16 years old and had a criminal record as long as your arm. Yeah. So when the police stopped this Ben's, my son's friend, he checked his handy. He found what Ben had wrote and decided to raid me. You know?
That
The
is
biggest,
tragic. That is
oh, it's
tragic. That
tragic.
is what we all
No,
fear of right there.
nobody knew about this, bro. Nobody. There was only my son and me and my best friend. Nobody else knew about it. And to be honest, a lot of people don't care around here. There's quite a lot of people growing around here. I've lived here now for 10 years, and I've only seen a police car probably. You only see a police car probably once every 2 weeks around here. You don't see police. The local police force is only 2 people. And yeah, okay, so they bust me. They took everything. But what was shit, they took the plants, they dried it all, yeah? And then they weighed the total plants with stems and everything. Stems, leaves, everything. And it didn't come out to that much. It only come out to, because most of the plants were in veg, it come out to about 100 and, what was it, 150 grams. Not a lot. And when they checked the percentage of everything, you know, how much THC, how much and all, and because they cut the stems and everything and all, the percentage of THC was lower than what is illegal to have in it in your house. Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. So then what happens? Yeah, you say, okay, you've got 150 grams of cannabis in your house. Okay, yeah, okay. You go into prison for, you either have to pay €5,000 or you go into prison for 5 months. But then my solicitor intervened and said, okay, blah, 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 it's for medicine, blah, 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 blah. So they decided, okay, you've got to pay €2,000 or you go to prison for 72 days. I said, yeah, okay, no problem, no problem. The problem what was the problem was, because the police had raided me, I had no medicine, you know? So my back, the pain in my back got that bad, I ended up getting took into hospital, yeah? And the x-rayed me and all that and said, right, yeah, you've got serious arthritis in your back. We're gonna try and inject you. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, fair enough. So the first week I was in, they injected me with, I think it was 6 injections into me back. I come out after 10 days. Fantastic. Perfect. Had another week off work. Went back to work. Fine. Everything was fine. Worked for 3 weeks, and then the pain got so strong in me back. I went to my boss and said, listen, my back, he said, okay, you've got to go back to hospital. So I said, okay. So I went back to hospital. The doctor said to me, why have you gone back to work so quick after the injections? He said, you should have had at least 4 or 5 months resting at least. I said, yeah, but I've got to work. I need the money. So then they said, right, you're going to be in now for 14 days. We've got to give you some more injections. And I could walk at this time. So the first injections, yeah, they went okay. The second set of injections I went in, and it was a new doctor, and she was a Russian doctor. And because I hadn't brought this form with me that I had to take, she started going a bit crazy to me. I said, I don't understand what you're saying. You must form. Oh. So then she injected me in my back. And what she did, she injected me into the nervous system. Yeah. I couldn't even get off the couch. They ended up taking me back to my bedroom in a wheelchair. Couldn't walk. Lied on the bed. I went into the bedroom, and the professor doctor, the top doctor's in there with the person that's in there. He said, and I'm crying. I'm 53 years old and crying like a baby. He said, what's wrong, Paul? I said, can't walk. And she injected me and I can't walk. And she said that I heard the doctor say to the woman that injected me, said, we've got a problem here. And that was the end of it. The next day, I had to have more injections the day after. The doctor come in and said, Paul, we're not going to give you any more injections today. We're going to leave it. I said, okay. And then on the Friday, he put me in a taxi and sent me home in a wheelchair. Yeah. So I'm at home, lying on the couch. You can't walk without any crutches or anything. Yeah. So this is where the vicious circle started. So I go back to the doctor. He said, okay, you've got to go to another hospital. So they sent me to another hospital. You disappeared, Eagle. Are you there? So they sent me to this other hospital. Remembering that I've just been done for cannabis. Yeah. I'm in court. They want me in court and everything. And I'm in the hospital. And I go into this new hospital. And they put me on opiates. Yeah. And I was on the opiates for 2 days. And then on the Wednesday, I had to go for a meeting with all the top doctors and sit. So I go in this room and they're all sat there in a round circle. And I sit there in the middle of them. And the top doctor, he said to me, Paul. I said, what? Can you help? He said, yes, we've got a magic medicine for you today. I said, yeah, what's that? yeah, am I going to be able to walk again? He said, yeah, we're going to give you cannabis. You hear that, Eagle?
A miracle. That's a miracle, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I've been done for cannabis. They took me cannabis off me. I ended up having all these fucking injections and everything. They nearly paralyzed me. And then I go into this other hospital and they give me cannabis. And within 2 weeks, I walked out of there. Yeah. Fit and everything. And within 2 weeks, well, they give it. That's what they're giving me at the moment. That it's like it's a tincture. Is it tincture? Tincture is 25% THC and 25% CBD, and the other I think is oil. I don't know. But what I hate the most is the medicine, the cannabis they're giving me in the bottle now is stronger than the cannabis I got done for. Crazy. So
That
yeah.
is. So is it legal over there? By like, can you get medical cards over there for cannabis? Obviously, like
I've got a medical card for cannabis, yeah, but you can only get it in liquid. They won't give you flour. I've got a friend. He's got a medical certificate, and he gets flour off them. Flour, but that's because he was a he's basically silly screwed up. He took heroin for a long time. You know what I mean? So basically, they're giving him that for like to stop him going crazy. To be honest, but I'm not bothered. It works for me. It works. I said at the beginning, I really don't smoke that much. I never had done. After I only use it for medicament. That is the end of the story, and it works. They give me 20. Well, I have to buy it. I buy 25 milliliters a month, and but I don't use it every day. I only use it when I've got pain, and it works, to be honest. But I think it's just crazy, and the worst thing is, I've been done for growing cannabis, and this year I drove down the road. It's probably on my bike. It's probably only about a mile and a half away, and was driving down the side of the river, and there's a field that's probably the size of, I'd say 10 football pitches, yeah, and it's just full of cannabis. It is absolutely full of cannabis. But it's a legal grow. They're allowed to grow it, and what happens to it? They turn it into tincture. You know, does that make sense? Yeah.
not really, but at least they're realizing that there is a value. That's a start. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The door
Well,
has
the
to be
worst of
open somewhere, but
yeah.
you know,
But
the medicine's there.
if I'd have known that, I'd have just gone and cut a couple of buds off every now and again. Why grow a field that bigger full of cannabis? It's
That'd be a
crazy.
beautiful sight.
Oh, I took my friend to see it, and they were all like, the plants were all like 10 foot tall. You went in there, I lost him in there. I just took him to show it. I went and show him it, like, and I lost him in there. Couldn't find him. I'm shouting, "Hey, where are you? Where are you?" And nothing coming back. Like, so I went back to the push bikes and sat next to the push bikes waiting for him, like. And the fucker comes back with a fucking big bag full of fucking cannabis. He'd been cutting the fuckers down, the little bugger. I don't mind, but you know, it's a legal grow. There's no fences around it. Anybody could do it if they wanted to. You know, at the end of the day, I asked the farmer. I said, what's with growing all this marijuana in your fields? He said, well, we grow it for the government, and we also grow it to feed the cows. You feed the cows cannabis. Tell you what, that'd be a good steak, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I didn't realize cows would enjoy cannabis, but man, why not? Man, I just realized I've been watching Top Chat all night long. Sorry to anybody if I haven't said hello. 106 still watching. Amazing.
Is that?
Thank you guys. Yeah.
That's shocking. That's shocking. But anyway, getting to the end of that story, you know what I'm going to tell you now, don't you? Got a letter. Yep. Next week, well, I've got to wait for another letter now. For a date that I go to prison. It's going to be in about a week or 2 weeks. I go to prison.
That's tragic. So, is there no way to fight it? How long? How long for, you know? That's a shame. Just for, you know, medicine. It's a really tragic ending. It really is.
Well, this is what is shit. This is German bureaucratic shit. I rang up today to talk to the people in the courts, yeah, and I said, "Hello, in Deutsch, meine Name ist perfect, blah blah blah," and he turns around to me. He goes, "You're talking. You've rung the court up in Germany. Talk to me in Germany. If you can't talk to German to me, don't bother ringing and put the phone down. I can't talk perfect German. I can't. I've tried learning for years and years and years. I can't learn it. I can learn to do anything with my hands. Welding. I've built houses. I've learned to build houses. Bricklaying. Just by watching people. You know what I mean? I can build a roof for you out of wood and everything, you know, do all the roof structure and everything, like, just by watching and learning. But when it comes to learning a language, it goes in one ear and comes out the other. I can't learn to speak a language. So now I need to put my battery's going dead, need to plug it in. So now when I go to jail, yeah, I'm going to come out after, I think it's 3 months. And because of, you know, England has left Eastern Europe, has left the EU. You know that? Yeah?
Yes.
Because I'm English and England have left the EU, when I come out of Germany, they're going to stick me on a plane and ship me back to England. When I've got 3 children that live in Deutschland that are German. So that's why I I think it's Germany's total bureaucratic shit. Total. Sorry if there's any Germans listening.
It's a heavy price to pay for, providing yourself with some good medicine or some decent
Yeah,
medicine.
it is. But the worst of it, what I don't understand is why do they give it me if you know what I mean? It's, but the other thing is because um, the
Is there
raided
not
me.
an appeal process?
Pardon?
Is there not an appeal process?
No.
I mean, it seems like you could actually, like, maybe here in the States, it seemed like you'd be able to get a lawyer and go, even after the fact, he has a medical reason for it. He was using it then for medical.
I've
Just,
had I've
it's a
had two
shame.
lawyers. I've had two lawyers now because I can't talk German good. You basically just take the piss out of you and take your money off you. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. So, but the worst thing was, he said, "Okay, you've been done for cannabis. Uh, we're going to take your driving license off you now." Yeah. So I'm going to go. I've not been able to drive now for 6 months. Yeah. They made me do a test where they test your blood and your hair and everything else for drugs. Yeah. It all come up negative because I'd not been taking anything. It all come up negative apart from me, my medical, what I was getting off the doctor. All come up negative. Then they said, okay, we're going to take your driving license off you because you're from England. You've lived in Germany 10 years now. And England have left the European. So you're not allowed to German. I've got a driving license. I'm just not allowed to drive in Germany anymore now. Total shit. And all the tests come up negative. Everything come up negative.
Yeah, it seems like you dealt a pretty shitty hand there. That's for sure. Man.
Yeah, anyway. Story of my life. Oh. Anyway, if I go
It's
to
tough to
prison,
say. It's tough to say, especially after you've heard me say that I was earlier tonight. I'm all in on my cannabis journey. It's crazy to hear that if for such a small, I mean, that's less than a normal day here. You know what I mean? It's it's a shame that they across the world there's still penalties,
yeah,
steep penalties. Even
yeah.
here in the States, it's hard to believe that it's such a thing. It still blows me away. Just another point that the fight isn't over, not even close. A
No,
lot of us
no.
think that the door's open and we can relax, but it's
Yeah,
really
but
not. We can't quit worldwide
the
until it's
the worst
everybody
thing
has
is,
medicine.
sorry, the worst thing is, I could drive into Czechoslovakia or drive into Austria. That's only like 30, 40 minutes away from me. Yeah. And in Czechoslovakia, I can grow. In Austria, I can grow. Yeah. So why the fuck can I grow in bloody Bayern? That's only 30 minutes away. Yeah. Crazy.
It is crazy how just a few miles can. It's medicine here, but it's not a medicine 10 miles over there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? How can that be? We have the internet. Knowledge can be spread in the click of a button, but you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
geographically, we can't get it. It's just it
I
seems
don't.
redundant. It seems like we're, again, how can we not move forward? We can't move forward on the simplest shit, the shit that just makes perfect sense. And
Yeah. True. But
sad, very
the
sad.
difference is, I live in it's South Germany where I live. If you go to North Germany, I'd have probably got a 60 euro fine and a slap on the wrist, because it, where I live is Bayern, it's Bayerish, it's like a different land in Germany. It's like another country, a small country, and because of all the different because of the different religion and everything, different bureaucratic shit. Sorry, it's crazy. But anyway, don't care
What a
anymore.
steep price to pay. I can believe that.
Yeah,
So, man, I can't believe there's no fight or there's nothing to be done there. So, is the family got to move, pack up? The kids got to move? Are the kids gonna stay? Is it just gonna be you that has
oh,
to go?
the
It's
kids are
terrible.
the kids are staying have to stay. They'll stay in Germany because uh, when we moved to Germany, they were like 8 years old, 8 and 9 years old. Uh, so basically, all they know now they're like 21 and 19. Yeah, all they know is German. So they're not going to come to England with me. They'll stop here with the mother, because this is a bit of what went on. Like her, her mother had a plan to do this to me. That's why she ended up bringing me to Germany. So she had control of everything. In England, I had control. I could do, say whatever you want, and she didn't have much control because she was from another land. But she decided before, she basically just blah 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 me. Oh yeah, we'll move to France, or we'll move to there and make a new life. And she basically had a plan just to basically get me to Germany, so I didn't have a fucking leg to stand on. She told me when we split up. She told me. She said if I had it, because the stress I had with not being able to speak German and everything perfectly, and work and everything else, and build a house and everything. I was going. It was a bit too much stress for me, and I was going a bit too early. And she said to me when it was all over, she said, "If I had have found you, because I had a garage where I used to I used to do some welding, and then my hobby is mending minis. I've got 3 minis." And she said to me, she said, "If I'd have found you in that garage on the floor having a heart attack or something like that," she said, "I'd have just walked out the door and closed it." What type of woman
Chad
is that?
saying you should go. No,
Anyway,
no
like,
comment there, sir. But Chad says you should go to the British Embassy. You should have rights there.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Anyway, let's cheer up a bit. Stop this.
I would give it a shot. I would give it a shot. It's not worth it. It's worth a shot. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. I've got the number on my phone, to be honest. I've got
Well,
to. That's what they said to me. They said, right, if you want to stop in Germany, you need to get. It's called a personal Ausweis. It's like a passport. Yeah. They said you can make you can get a personal passport to live in Germany, but you're gonna have to you got to take a test. I said, yeah, okay, what's that? He said, you've got to be able to read, you've got to be able to write, and you've got to be able to read, write, and understand German law. I said, well, there's no way I can do that. I can't do that. And he said, well, you've got to do that in the next 3 months. I said, well, I can't do that. I said, well, what are you going to do? He said, okay, you're going to have to go back to England. But I'm not bothered about that. Do you know the worst thing? I love fishing. I love fishing. Yeah, I love carp fishing. I used to. I've been fishing since I was like 3 years old, and I'm 53 now. So I've been fishing well, I've been here for 10 years. So I've been fishing for 40 years because I moved to Germany, and I'm not allowed to go fishing. You've got to go fishing over here. Yeah, and I've tried this 2 times now. You've got to go to school for 2 weeks. Yeah. You go to school for 2 weeks. You've got to learn this book that is all in German. And then at the end of the 2 weeks, they give you a test where you've got to answer 100 questions. And if you don't get 60 of them right, you don't get your license to go fishing.
That's fucking insane. So
Yeah,
basically, we have like a hunter safety over here for like rifles. Basically,
yeah.
sounds similar, but not for fucking fishing. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy shit. I've
Not
never
been
heard nothing
fishing for
like that.
10 years.
You need to
Fucking
come
hate
on
it.
over here, cross the fucking pond. Jesus, get over here and come grow some cannabis, Spikey. Gee, we got fish and everything. We got
I
lots of
know you
carp
have.
over here. Fuck.
I've been watching a lot of places in America where I can go fishing. I know this Michigan Lake is massive, to be honest. And there's one called, is it Dale Hollow? I don't know. I think that's in Maine. I think is it Dale Hollow Lake? I'm not too sure. Dal Hollow. I don't know. But there's carp in the. To me, a carp is probably about what in England. I think the records now in England is I think it's £52. But in America, I think it's about nearly 80 and £90 a carb. Crazy.
Big carp, big carp. They fight. They're fighters. They're fighters. They're a lot of fun to catch. That's for sure.
What's that?
They're a lot of fun to catch. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Not my favorite fish to eat. They do put up a fight.
No, you don't eat them. You got to put them back. You take a photo and put it back. I wouldn't eat it. I was one day. My
Plenty
son
people
went.
eat carp here. Plenty people eat carp here.
They eat them here. They eat them in Germany, in Czechoslovakia for Christmas Day. They eat carp for Christmas Day dinner. Yeah, not not turkey, not goose. They eat carp for dinner for Christmas Day. And here, I was devastated one day. When we first moved here, and it was I'd say about a year and a half, and I was sat outside with the woman and my two daughters. And my son had gone fishing to the local lake with the school for a day's fishing, just to try to get people into fishing. And he come back, and he had a bag with him. He said, "Dad, I've brought you this." And I opened it up, and there's a carp in there about 4 or 5 kilos. Yeah, no, I'd say no, 4 kilos. There's a carp in there dead, and I could have really gone to the lake and found the teacher and fucking kicked his ass in for killing it. But to me, if I'm going to eat a fish, I'll go to the sea and I'll catch like a cod or a haddock or whatever in the sea. I'll eat anything out of the sea. Or if in fresh water, I'll eat trout or salmon. Yeah, but I'm not going to eat a fucking carp. But anyway, he brought it back and I was devastated. I thought, right, I've got to get the grill going. I can't let him bring a carp home and kill it and then just throw it in the bin. So I got the barbecue going, got the scales off it, filleted it and everything, put it on the barbecue. Yeah, it was nice actually, but not that nice. It was nice, but you know, to me though, it probably wasn't nice because I was eating a fish that I'd just like to take a photo of and put back in the water. You know, but over here, I don't know whether you. I think you have them over there. Do they call it walleye? Have you heard a fish call it a
really good.
walleye? Yeah, over here, I think they call them zander. It's a bit like a pike, yeah. And it's meant to be quite nice to eat, though. Anyway, we've drifted off the subject again, haven't we? We should be talking about growing weed. That's what we're here
There's
for.
plenty of fishermen in the chat there, Johnny, Detroit, wherever we're at. There's a lot of people that do a lot of fishing. I used to do a lot more than I do these days. I'm kind of guilty of not doing a lot of fishing. I thought that used to be my favorite time of the week was taking my girls out fishing.
I bet you used to fish for big mouth bass or something like that.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the most plentiful thing around me. That's for sure.
Is it? What do they taste like? What do they taste like?
Fish. They're good eating. They're good eating fish. They're good eating fish. They're easy to clean. Yeah.
8 o'clock. I don't think I'll be making it to 4:20, Eagle.
I appreciate your time. It's been a great story.
We've got to, I think, another 8. Well, how long we got there now? Till 4:20.
Another hour and 11 minutes.
Your clocks have moved then, haven't you? Have your clocks gone back or forward?
They sprung forward, like a week ago, I believe, something like that.
Okay. Because I always knew you were 6 hours behind us. That's why I said to you today, well, when I wrote you, I said, well, it's going to be 5:30 here in the morning. And then when you wrote me today, that's why I said, and you wrote back, it's going to be 4:30. I thought, yeah, what's going on? Your clocks have moved and ours haven't. Ours only move at the end of the month. End of the month. And
yeah,
then
I think it's silly, to be honest with you. You know, that the time chains were set when it was, industry was geared towards farming and shit. Not that we don't do a lot of farming here, but, it's not the main industry. I don't think it should dominate how life goes by. Things is dictated. And I don't know. I prefer the.
That,
I like the
that's
the change.
yeah,
I prefer it.
that's true. That's true. It's about the farming. That's why it goes forward and back. So the farmers can have a bit more time to work. Yeah.
We're actually thinking about getting rid of it here. You know.
I think. But then again, you're a farmer anyway.
True that. True that. But to me, it's just a matter of just adjusting my sleeping schedule to whatever needs to happen. Shit. Already, I'm farming in the middle of the night. Anywho,
Yeah, I know.
just a matter of resetting my clock, my living schedule.
You're still building at the moment or not? Have you not been working there?
Unfortunately, I am working on a couple of projects
Yeah.
still, and I think I'm gonna wind that back down. To be honest with you, it was. I had thought about kind of, taking on jobs again, but it's interfering greatly with what I want to do, where the
Yeah.
direction I want to head. It's slowing things down and backing things up. And, I chose a long time ago to kind of cut that out for a reason. Got tired of beating myself up, long days, tired. I enjoy what I
Yeah.
do, and it's time to dig back in and
There's only
I'm
24 hours in a day.
reinvigorated. Yeah,
Yeah.
gotta
You can't you
gotta
can't
get back
burn
to loving what I do.
yeah. You can't burn the candle at both ends, else you'll go crazy. Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
Very true.
Very true.
I just wish I could get back to work, to be honest, and do a little bit. I'm fed up. Two years at home I've been sat here now because of my back. And to be honest, they've told me, I'm a welder and fabricator. They've told me, they said, right, you can't go back to work as a welder and fabricator. The work is too heavy for you. Yeah. I said, well, what am I going to do? I said, all I know is welding and fabricating, building houses. What am I meant to do now? They basically turned round to me and said, oh, well, you're going to have to go and work in a shop or something like that. I think I'd go crazy, to be honest. If I have to make some money, but that's not me. That is not me. I don't know whether I'm like you, but at the end of the day, I like starting a job. And when you're finished, you can look at it and go, wow, I made that. Yeah. I used to, when I used to build a lot of extensions on houses and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, when you finished it all and everything's nice and everything, and you look at it and think, yeah, I've built that. And that's going to be there for another like 50, 60 years. You know what I mean? Or more. And it gives you a bit of pride. I could never work in a shop or do something like that. Maybe I could work I used to do a bit I like working with cars. My hobby is I've got 3 old time minis in the garage. And one of them, it took me a year to weld the bugger up because it was that rusty. If you'd have saw it when I first got it, if you'd have seen the Mini when I got it, you'd have rung the scrap man and got somebody to pick it up and take it away. It was like just total rust. But
You
it
know,
was just
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was thinking about you talking about building in the extensions, as you call them, on the houses there, lasting 56 years. 50, 60 years, hopefully, you know, that's what. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to get the fuck out of that shit. It isn't the craftsmanship, you know what I mean? Well, you
Yeah.
build it right, it will stand 50, 60 years. Some of the shit that I've kind of went back through and, I've restored houses that's been fucking standing for 200 years. With a little help from me and a few other people, them motherfuckers should stand another 200
Yeah.
years, you know? But the shit that they provide us with these days, I
Uh,
don't have faith in.
no,
I honestly
no.
don't think a lot of these houses will be standing in no 200 fucking years. These things made of chipboard and glue. I don't.
Yeah.
It's sad. And the amount of money people want to put into them, the cheap trim and all that, it's heartbreaking. It's the
Well,
craftsmanship and the things I always enjoyed about that kind of trade is gone. People don't want to do that shit anymore, and it's heartbreaking.
are all houses built out of wood over there, or do they use bricks and mortar, cement? Is
The
it
good
all wood?
ones are,
The good ones
hopefully
are.
they would. The good, yeah, you know, uh, the good, yeah. I'd like to see brick facades. You know what I mean? Nice structures, brick facades, but in the interior, they're still kind of built with a little bit of shit.
Are they?
Laminated beams, and at least the walls are a little thicker these days, two by
Yeah.
six, but the trees that they're milled out of aren't all that great. But I don't like to see them, capped with plastic. You know what I mean? This,
No, no.
vinyl siding is, and there's, it just seems to get you. You can't even get a fucking real door. That's you can, but you're gonna pay outrageous amount of money. I mean, anymore you go to your building
True.
supply place, get an interior door. It's made out of fucking particle board and fucking.
Yeah.
It's just
Same here.
cheap. I mean, it's
Same here.
everything you can do to get the jam right and nailed up before everything starts fucking going
Uh,
south on it. It's like, Jesus, really? Come on. It's heartbreaking.
I in
But
England I learned to.
I was just gonna
Well,
say, coming from where I was trained in carpentry,
yeah,
restoration of them old houses, seeing how
yeah.
they built and stand, you know, what they want
Oh
to put
yeah.
into them these days. It's just fucking. There's nothing in fun in knowing that it may not stand. You know what I mean? There's
No.
something fun in going. This is gonna stand 200 years. I might actually still have my name on that in 200 years.
Yeah, he's
With
right.
what they give you these days, there's no guarantee. I can't
I
even
al-
guarantee that shit these days.
I always used to. I always used to write my name somewhere with a date, yeah, on anything I built, anything. And in England, all the house, well, the new houses they're made out of shit bricks. But uh, in England we make there's an outside wall and an inside wall. The outside wall's made out of small bricks, and the inside wall's made out of a thermal brick, a thermal block. And you put insulation in the middle of them. You got to leave like a 50 millimeter cavity in the middle of the two walls, and you tie the both walls together with stainless steel ties, and that's how you have to build the house. You're basically building two walls at the same time, an inside wall and an outside wall. You know what I mean? And but they're going to last forever. You know what I mean? Something like that. But I noticed before I left in England, the quality of the bricks have gone. The clay, I don't know what they're making it out of. They make the bricks out of the clay, but the quality of the bricks, you could get a brick and break it with your hands. It's that soft. You know what I mean? You, the last best job I did, I had to renovate an 18th century Victorian house. and that was in a place called Formby. That's where all the football players and everywhere moved there, because it's next to the sea and, you know, private. But this house, 18th century, and it's nearly 200 years old. And he wanted me to build an extensions on it. I said, yeah, okay, I'll build the extensions, no problem. I said, but it's going to cost you quite a lot of money. He said, why? I said, because if I build this on your house, I'm going to make it out of the same bricks that the house is made of. Yeah. A good quality, solid brick that is going to last for years and years and years. And it'll look totally original when it's been built, not like something new stuck on an 18th century house. You know what I mean?
That's the
So
way you
that's what
should
I
do
did.
it. That's the way it should be done.
Yeah,
In my
that's the way it
opinion.
should be done. But you get a lot of firms in, and they buy these cheap, shitty bricks that with holes in the middle that, you know, they look a bit like an old brick, but you know, it's at the end of the day, it's not the same quality. At the end of the day, to me, with anything I do, I think I'm a bit like OCD. You know what I mean? Yeah, with anything I do.
You know, I think it's it's sad. It's really true. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with being a little OCD, and especially when it's coming to job quality or quality in anything you do. Bottom
Yeah.
line. But I really believe that shitty material thing is across the
Hmm.
board. It's just hard to get quality material anything these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, don't get me wrong, it's probably like you when it's like, well, it's like anybody that grows anything, you know, flowers or whatever. If if uh, if you grow a cannabis and it's shit, you're not going to give it out, are you? You wouldn't give it to your patients if it was shit. Yeah, I know I wouldn't.
No, no,
No,
you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
if to me, if it's not good enough for you, it's not good enough for the person you're giving it to or doing the job for at the end of the day.
It's. I like the idea. I've always been one of the people that like to be self-sustained as much as I can.
Hmm.
I like to work on my own cars and build my own shit, cook for
Yeah,
myself. You know, and that's one of the things that I'm starting to appreciate about the organic side is that's something
yeah.
I can do for myself. Those are ingredients I can make for myself. But
And
moreover is I've kind of seen too what we've talked about just a second ago. Anything that's I find that is it's business. Business is business. And people are getting
yeah,
fucking cheap. Business is
yeah,
getting cheap. And I've kind of seen that even in my journey in the organics, just in the quality of like say earthworm castings. I bought a
yeah,
major brand and the fucking you buy it by weight. I hate to say talk like this, but they're bought by weight. And when I washed them down, what I found in the major brand, the commercial brand, was a fucking shitload of sand. Not that it's a key ingredient, but I
yeah,
couldn't help but wonder because it was like a big business. You know what I'm saying? If there
yeah.
wasn't at some point somebody went, you know what? Feed them fuckers a little bit more sand so we can get a little bit more overhead. You know what I'm
But don't,
saying? And I
yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
I think that happens across the board. So that's one of the things I like about the opportunity of organics is that's another thing
yeah.
I can do for myself and a higher quality. But it's a shame cheapness
Well,
across the board.
I just want to ask what do you think about the way cannabis is going in America at the moment. You know, to me, to be honest, there's too many breeders going on. You know, I
Very
like.
much on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I understand it. It's going to be normal. You know, if it gets made legal in Germany or England or whatever, it's all going to be the same. People are going to be like that. Oh, easy. We can make some quick money. Blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, you know, all these strains that are coming out at the moment. Sorry to say this, but from America, maybe from Holland. I don't know. I don't know if Holland are doing the same thing. But at the moment, there's that many different strains coming out of America. You don't know where you are. You don't.
So I guess this is where I kind of stand on that with you. You know, there is a way shit, and I'm kind of, we've talked about even myself mixing some strains tonight, and I wish people would take more time in breeding. If you're gonna cross some stuff, you know, I see no harm in crossing some strains and keeping it to yourself. But it's to the point when,
for yourself.
you know, you're gonna make it, put $1 on it and put it out there, and you haven't worked it properly. That's where I have my biggest problem. You know, it's gonna become a muddled mess because of that kind of shit. Nobody's taking time to do the proper breeding and putting a lot of stuff out there, and it's just gonna become a muddled mess before too long. You know, when time is right, we could be moving forward, you know, cataloging genetics, you know, figuring out what the fuck we got first, and then quality breeding from on forth. You know what I'm saying? We had the science, we had the opportunity. We should figure out what the fuck we got before we move ahead. But that's not what's going on. We've got cross. I just built my tray. Shit. Anyways. Gotta keep rolling with it. You know, I don't, with that going on, we've got a muddled mess going in the background. A lot of that shit will never see the light of day or properly be worked. And what we'll have on like a federal or legal market is they won't want to touch none of that puddled mess. You know what I mean? They're only gonna single out what's big, what's hype, and then that's gonna be in their market. It'll be 30 strains if we're lucky at best that will be nationwide. You'll hear about it. And the rest of the muddled mess will be just that. You know, it'll be improperly worked. There'll be a lot of just bullshit out there. And when the time is, we could be pushing forward great strains. You know what I mean? There's so much great genetics out there, but I don't know. Nobody wants to take the time to proceed in a, you know.
I've a lot of respect for Medgrower One and Bingers and all, and people like that. You know, at least what the crossing and everything that is the basically testing the genetics and all that before, you know, things go out, and they're not growing that many seeds. You know what I mean? It's they know the strain is more stable. They're making stable strains. I wish I could have got some of them. What was it called? Purple punch or pineapple punch or whatever he called it from Medgrower.
Which one?
That's right.
Oh, Primal Punch. Primal Punch was a good one.
Primal Punch. I messaged him a few times, and he said send me an email and all this blah blah blah, but it never come off. Half of it was basically trying to pay for it, to be honest, because I don't mind paying for the seeds, but all I've got is like an EC card, and they won't accept that in America. You know what I mean? So I'd have to start getting like Meister cards and all that shit. Like, and I'm not into all that. Gets you in too much shit if you got too many credit cards.
Oh, I still can't believe I dropped my tray. It's like probably about the 5th time I've done that live on the air.
Is
Just
it?
heartbreaking every time. Yes.
What was on
What
it?
can I do? Well, it was full of, let's see, what the fuck is that? Sangria was on it. Yeah, it was a
Oh,
sangria on the tray. It was all chopped up. I had some little hash here and there. Like I said, I've dropped that tray a few times. I broke 2 pipes now on live on the air. 2 rigs live on air. I
better
can
get the
do
Hoover.
smile and keep going.
Better get the
I
Hoover out.
can't believe. I can't believe you talked me into coming on air so fucking scruffy.
You
Spiky
look
pilots.
normal.
I
Sorry,
wouldn't even have left the house like this. I'm surprised you talked me into coming on tonight.
If you hadn't been here, Eagle, I wouldn't have been on this long. I'll tell you that now. If I was just talking to your picture of your Eagle, it wouldn't have lasted an hour, to be honest.
I don't, that's another thing too. I would have been better prepared. I would have gave you the normal background because I
Yeah,
don't, as much as I do love this, both graphics, all the graphics that everybody have been so nice to take the time to draw up or put together. I love them. I love it. It is awesome. I feel humbled that people would take the fucking time to do that. But I only like to use them during like the wormholes, or I like to
yeah,
put them for the covers for the show, because I usually when I'm like talking to somebody like yourself, I think it's so much more personal to just have the normal background, the normal grow in. It
yeah.
feels more person to person. It doesn't feel more like talk showy ish. You know what I mean? So I think this it gives that ambience, like you are more on a show when it should be the ambiance should be more that it's 2 friends talking, from room to room.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
you
understand
did
that.
you did get cheated a little bit like that. I did rob you of a
Nah,
little bit of that kind of ambience.
all,
So
all is good. All is good. I'm just glad you
yeah,
put up
but
with me.
I was surprised though. I was really surprised that we got the video tonight. From past experience, I kind of thought it was going to be an audio only because
Yeah.
location and all that other good stuff. But you fooled me. You fooled me.
Well, Eagle, I've no reason to hide anymore. You know what I mean? Can't get in any more shit.
Well, I know everybody else appreciates it because it is nicer to put a face to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
It's nice to hear the story, but it's even better to put the face behind the voice and all that good stuff.
I hope you're listening to the American one.
Oh, he showed his face Halloween night briefly. Well, he hung out for a little while.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He
Halloween.
did. He did.
You know?
I
Jack
forgot that one.
Greenstock. Jack Greenstock, if you remember, was just a
Yeah.
graphic before he came out and showed his face on the show. And ever
There's a,
since then, he's been a face. It's been
I think, I
nice.
think, I think that's what scared me a bit, to be honest, coming on, just showing myself. But I just thought, fuck it. You know, if I'm going on, I might as well fucking show me face, for God's sake. It might never happen again for a while. You know, fuck it.
We'll be anxious to see that name pop back up in chat. That's for sure. We'll be graciously waiting for you, my friend.
Well, maybe I've got a phone in the prison. No, I know it's shit. I know what I have to do this weekend. I've got to talk to my ex-wife. She's German. She's the only person that can probably help me out with this now. Hope she can sort something out. She might say no, say fuck off, but no harm in asking. No harm in asking.
Oh
No.
man, I always love chat. You missed out chat tonight. Hopefully you do go back and watch. I've said a lot of nice things about the stories.
I
Tonight's
will. I will
story.
definitely. I'll be listening to it and
Tonight.
probably cringing, going, "Oh my god, what have I said?" You sound like a dickhead.
No worries. If anything, that would be on my part. I'm usually the one that mouths off and says the dumb shit from time to time. I've woken up many a nights after a crazy, rabbit hole back then and woke up and kind of wondered, oh my gosh, I said what last night? Holy cow, I said what last night? I better look to see what some comments are.
Well,
Not tonight. That has not happened tonight.
last time when I popped on and just popped in and didn't really know I was on there properly. When I listened to the replay, I just thought, "Oh my god, your accent! You sound like a proper dude." You know what I mean? I'm used to all you Americans now. No, not many English people apart from Green 13 that comes on.
Oh, Neon Flower? Neon Flower? Can't forget him.
Yeah,
He's
but
got the same
he's
accent, doesn't he?
no, he's from Ireland. He's from Ireland.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Ireland.
Sounds similar to me for some reason. Just a little
No,
different.
it doesn't.
He says no, not even close. Not even close.
They drink Guinness and eat black pudding in Ireland. I love black pudding, but I don't like Guinness. Can't drink that.
See, even your accent there, it sounds like you could swing it. You could go to Ireland and you could bluff your
Ireland.
way. I think you could bluff it a little bit over there.
To be honest, I've lost a lot of my proper accent with living in Germany that long now. I'm surprised I've not even talked to you in German a bit, to be honest, because usually when they usually talk to me mum, I start slipping in German words and everything. She's like that. What are you on about, you? What are you saying? It takes over you. Takes over you. I'm going to have to go and siphon me Python for a minute. Is that okay?
Go ahead, my friend. Go ahead. Cheers, chat. Magma Seed, Wheatus 207, Big Bob Grow, surrounded by Keith, Ian, Blaze Daily. Nice to see you. Hop into chat. That's a new name. I should be putting that on. In fact, I need to. Where's my book? Put you in the shout outs list. And I really hope to, in year 2, get back to the basics, a lot of the basics. Get the dab song back on time. It was fun. So many good things that we used to do here that we kind of lost sight of. I've lost sight of. I am much better, thank you. Johnny Kansas City, always great to see you in chat. Much respect to you. Damn, I got sidetracked without my pen there. Sarge Grows 818. There's 1, 2. I think you're already on the list there, Sarge. Robert Hazleton, cheers to you, my friend. Of course, Buddha Boy. Buddha Boy, I want to take you up on your episode. Anytime you're ready, please let's work out a day. That would be a fun episode as well. I can't believe that. What's up, Joe? Why? I haven't seen Smiley's name in chat tonight. Smiley, listen. Smiley, are you hanging out? Cheers to you, my friend. Jack Greenstock. Tao was in chat. Light it up again, Tim. I was thinking about you the other day, man. I have last couple of days. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. It's been a minute since I talked with you.
Okay,
Cheers,
carry on,
Southern BT
Eagle.
grower. I was just saying hi to a few folks there in chat.
Okay, I'm just going to make another. So carry on, carry on.
Still got 92 people still hanging out in chat, man. Been a great episode tonight. A lot of fun, a lot of fun. Cheers, Twisted Roots. He says he cracks himself up. Yeah, I'm very much looking. I can't believe that year one came to an end so fast, to be honest with you. See, this whole year just flew by. Flew by.
That's better.
Say something, Spikey Pilots. I need to make sure I can hear you.
You
My
okay?
headphones died. Yeah, my headphones died. That's all.
Okay.
Had to switch devices.
How come you use headphones?
Yeah, because of the fans. There's a lot of fans
Okay.
on in this room. And to overcome them, I usually have to have the speaker kind of cranking. And I think it interferes with the mic a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little sound control.
I think my neighbours just got up. I can hear the banging. He's getting up. I'll be going to bed.
That's just a normal day, or would be a normal day around here. I'm usually passing out about the time people get up, and then I usually up around 11, 12 o'clock. Around lunchtime, taking off the day.
It was snowing.
Not today,
night.
though. Snowing?
Yeah.
I hope we're past that.
Yeah, I thought we were past it for about from about February, beginning of February. It's been gorgeous. It's like summer was coming, and then for the last 2 weeks, it's been snow, then sun, then snow, then frost, then snow, and crazy weather at the moment. Just glad I've not. There's no plants outside. They'd have been dead by now.
Oh man, I'm stoked, man. This is the first year that I've actually seen the ground this soon. To be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
And I am stoked. We got a little bit of snow like a couple days ago, but it disappeared as fast as it came. Thank goodness.
You gonna put a plant outside this year or not?
I'm thinking about it. I'm definitely thinking about it. Sneak one somewhere. Try to just hide it. I don't, like I've said before, it seems silly because I run a continuous indoor operation or grow here. Would be better to say it. it's kind of like putting a red flag out in front. You know what I mean? Even though I'd like to have experience, it's not
Yeah.
necessarily the attention, drawn. You know, I'd like the experience, but I haven't figured out if it's worth the attention yet.
How much land you got outside? Stick it.
I got
Stick it.
3 acres.
Have you? Oh, that's all right. Yeah, just stick a little greenhouse up there outside that you can't see through. And
It's a long 3 acres. It's not deep 3 acres. It's long 3 acres.
okay.
So you can like drive along it.
Yeah.
There's only a couple spots where you can tuck something in there really nicely.
I was devastated when we sold the old house we bought over here. We had I think it was 20 acres of ground and 5 acres of forest at the back of it, with a new house on it that I built and an old house. And the old house had that many rooms. I could have made a fantastic grow in there. Really could have made a fantastic grow in there now. I'd have probably stunk the whole of the whole of the village out, like, but would have been nice. Would have been nice. I could have even gone into the forest and stuck some in the forest, you know.
Why not? If you
Yeah,
can't
why
give
not?
back to them, hopefully somebody else makes good use of them.
I know the people that bought the house off us. He was a banker, or did I say wanker? Sorry, a, a banker.
Well,
He,
these days, every walks of life smoke. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be far fetched for a banker to smoke.
yeah,
In fact, I think it's safe to say that there is some. I'm sure of it. Bankers that smoke. There's got to be. I'm willing. I'm willing to bet on that. I'm willing to bet on.
yeah. Well. To be honest, one of my friends, he's a banker, and yeah, he smoked. He smokes. 2 years ago, no, we have a local where I live now. They have normally every village has a festival for a weekend, normally from a Friday till a Monday night. It's like a beer, these German beer festivals. You must have heard about them. And I think it was 2 years ago I went there and uh, I was sat there with all my friends, and they pulled out this joint, and it was the first time I've ever tasted cheese. You know, the cheese. Fucking Jesus Christ! Blew me head off. Blew my head off. And then they took me. At the back of the tent. It's a massive tent with all tables, and where everybody just drinks and drinks and drinks and dances and goes crazy. They're all dancing on the tables and everything. And he said, "Come on." And he took me to the park place in the field at the back. And he said, we're going to my friends. He's got like an RV. Well, this wasn't an RV. It was a converted ambulance. Yeah. And you opened it up. It looked like a proper ambulance on the outside. But when you opened it up and walked into the inside, there's big screen tellies, lights, couches, everything in there. And we're in there just getting stoned to fuck for about 2 hours. Fuck the party. Smoking and smoking and smoking in an ambulance. I've never smoked in an ambulance before in my life. That was a first. Well, yeah, he was a banker.
That's the one beautiful thing of the way things are today, man. I've honestly met people from all walks of life that smoke cannabis now. You know, from fucking scientists to fucking doctors, lawyers. I've met somebody that pretty much everywhere that smokes cannabis these days. I can't find my roller. Damn it. It must have took a tumble with the tray.
Oh. Well, you got to do it by hand then, Eagle.
Oh, I still can. I still can roll by hand. I'm just getting lazy. Getting lazy in my older age. To be honest with you, the reason why I started using the roller, and I still haven't figured it out, to be honest with you, Spikey, is I can roll a decent joint by hand. That's not the problem. Is it that paper won't fucking stick? I haven't figured that out. It's fucking, it makes zero sense to me. I can
Well,
take paper, one of these papers right here, roll a joint, and I'm willing to bet 9 times out of 10 that thing's gonna fucking try to come apart. Okay? I can
yeah,
take the same cannabis, the same paper, and put it in a roller, and 10 out of 10 will stay rolled. 10 out of 10.
no way.
So what the
No way.
fuck am I doing in the lick on the hand roll that's not being, how
I,
where is the fuck? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I just
it
got
must be.
tired of them fucking coming apart, so I just said fuck it, just a roller.
I roll with small papers, the small ones, but I stick two together on the top and one underneath. So you got like three papers, and then anyway, I think that's an English thing, to be honest. Three small papers. I used to be able to make the
I've never heard
biggest
of
cup.
it.
Huh?
I've never heard of that.
No,
A roll. No.
I'll show you next time when I get some good weed. I was a bit choked, to be honest, because me son said he's got some weed coming from Cali. He's got some Cali weed coming this week. But it didn't come. It didn't come. It's probably going to come tonight or something like that. Don't know what it's going to be. He just said it's Cali weed. He said it's Cali weed, but it costs 25 euros a gram. Normally, you pay a tenner.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
So
just
it's
because
with
just
that.
because it's called Cali weed.
That's what I'm wondering. Is it actually grown in Cali, or is it a Cali
I don't
strain
I don't know. I'll
grown?
have to ask him. I don't think so. It'll probably be Cali seeds, won't it? At the end of the day, grown over here. They're not going to be shipping it from California to here. I don't think. Well, you never know. Maybe,
I don't know. Could
maybe
happen.
would be
Could
nice.
happen. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have
Yeah.
happened.
Well, just look at Pablo Escobar.
Man, I am not ready for these temperatures. That's one thing I hate about. I don't hate it. I guess I'm just. It's coming up on that time where that funny season where your environment changes here in Michigan. It's just warm enough here in the grow to be uncomfortably warm, but not warm enough to make that switch.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Not warm enough to fire up the air conditioners, but still cold enough to kind of tough it through this hotter spell. You know what I mean? I'm not
yeah.
necessarily firing up the cooling phase. But
How hot does it
yeah,
get there?
right now it's
No, I mean
81. 81.
outside in summer. Outside in
Oh, in
summer.
summer?
Yeah.
Shit, it's pretty nice up here. You know, if it's like 80 degrees, I still usually, it's usually 55, 60 at night.
Yeah.
So it's comfortable at night. It doesn't get unbearably hot.
I've got to convert that into Celsius, sorry. So 83 is probably about 27 degrees Celsius, I think. Yeah.
Can't help you on the conversion. Can't help you on the.
No, I think it's right. No, don't get me wrong. We're watching all these shows growing up in America. No, Canadians talk in Celsius. They talk in Celsius and meters and centimeters. But the Americans, they all talk in foot. This is what confused me for a long time. Size of pot, yeah? Because you all talk about 1 gallon, 2 gallon, 3 gallon pots, yeah? But to me, I'm English, so a gallon to me in England is 4.5 litres, yeah? But a gallon to you in America is 3.98 litres. Yeah. So then I moved to Germany where everything is litres. When I buy a pot, it says 12 litres, 15 litres. And I'm thinking, okay, they're all going in 3-gallon pots. So 3-gallon pot to me in English is like probably 15 litres, but it's not. It's probably 12 litres, yeah? Or I'm getting you confused. You're muted. You're muted.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is I'm slaying slightly. It's 4 in the morning here, but I'm getting a math lesson from somebody that's been up for more than 24 hours, and it's still. Are you following?
I'm wide awake now. I think it was them mushrooms I took earlier, to be honest. I think that's kept me going. Have you ever heard of Liberty Caps?
I have not. Tell me.
The little tiny mushrooms. They grow outside, usually grow in cow fields, and they have like a clear nipple on the top of them. The brown. They're only probably about half an inch big in width and about half an inch tall, and they have a clear nipple on top of them. Like they're quite good.
They're good.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
Nice.
I've not had that many. I've been looking on. It was crazy what happened. It was last year, and I've been looking for them in the fields all over because here you go in the forest and you can pick that many wild mushrooms. There's fly garrets and everything everywhere. I never took your fly garret though. I think it'd kill me, that, to be honest. But there's that many mushrooms. I've been eating wild mushrooms tonight in a gravy sauce with a bit of pork and potatoes. But anyway, I've been looking for these mushrooms, these Liberty Caps, probably for about 6 years. Never found any. And last year, it must have been around September, I walked out the house into the garden. My garden's not that big. Probably only about, well, probably 50 meters by 50 meters, if that. And there's there's a load growing in the garden in the morning. So I had to pick them very quick. So I picked them all and dried them out and put them into storage. So every now and again I'll have a dabble on them, like when I want to, you know what I mean. But it was interesting to see them grow in there, to be honest, because there's no cow shit or anything. They usually grow in cow shit, you know. But they're there. So I hope this year they come back. They only usually come out in August, September, something like that.
Hopefully you catch them. Hopefully you catch them.
Yeah.
Actually gonna have again, right off the top of my head, can't remember what an asshole host who suggested them, but we have a mushroom guest coming on Sunday. Instagram name Pop Shrooms. He's gonna come on and talk about some you know, how to take mushrooms, different types of mushrooms, all that good stuff. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I'll be watching that. It'd be interesting. It scares me, to be honest, because here, you know, a lot of people go picking mushrooms in the. It's like a local pastime in autumn. They all go out in the forest and pick mushrooms, but there's that many different types of mushrooms, and you don't really know what you can eat and what you can't eat, to be honest. I've learned, like, I've been here now, 10 years, and I've probably learned 5 different types of mushrooms that I can pick and eat and cook with, you know. But it is fun. I love it. I love going out and just having a walk in the forest and looking for a few mushrooms. Oh, okay, I'll have that one. Take it home, slice it up, cut it up with a bit of bacon and fry it, stick it on a bit of toast and eat the fucker. End story.
Loves me some shrooms. Crickets.
Fresh mushrooms.
Always good. Always good.
I'd like to have a go at growing them, to be honest. I would do. Did they give out carbon dioxide when they grow, or not? In, you know, them bags you can buy. Does that give out carbon dioxide? You know, you can buy.
That's what.
You could grow them in your tent as well, like, and it give carbon dioxide to your plants, or what?
Yeah, that's what, you know. That's what we're starting to find more and more. Well, the CO2 bags, that's what they are. But you know, it only makes sense to be putting them into the soil. Benefit multiple ways growing them in. Why it just makes sense to have them.
Okay.
I actually threw out a mushroom bag today because I heard that I think it's the blue oyster mushrooms, that the spores were bad, you know, breathe in. Actually, one of the bags had ruptured, and one of the mushrooms, it was actually producing blue oyster mushrooms through the rip in the bag. I wasn't so sure if the spores were. I couldn't swear that when I interviewed these bags, that he said that breathing in the spores was like really bad for you. So I made sure to toss the bag out. You know, kind of got picked up and carried around. But I don't know. Growing mushrooms is something I can, if I can ever fucking find my stuff, I'm looking into growing. Tanaze's Farms, Sacred 3 Mushrooms was nice enough to send me over a kit. And so was a Detroit Nutrient Company was nice enough to send me one of his bags. And I had some spores laying around, and for the life of me, I can't figure out where the fuck I put them. It's been like a 3-week search. It's been like a 3-week search. I know they're around here somewhere, but I can't remember where the fuck I put them. It's like you don't know how much in the last 3 weeks I've been like, aha, there. No, fuck. Damn it, where did I put them fucking things? I'm excited to get them going.
Yeah, I'd like
But
to
I
have a
can't
go at that.
remember where I put them. So, Mr. Spiky Pilots, you're so very close. I just got my joint now to making the 420. What you got there?
I'm not going till 4:20. As soon as it's 4:20, they can all have a bong rip and whatever, and then I'm going. And, and you can do your
No pipe.
shout outs. And
Well, actually, I can't because uh, no music. Can't do music during these episodes.
yeah.
Can't do the fucking shout, and I don't. It's super hard to do the shout outs with some kind of music. A lot of times, if you
Okay.
notice, when I'm kind of bobbing my head, getting into the rhythm of the song, and man, without that, it's fucking hard. It's hard to do all them names without some kind of rhythm or beat, man. It's next to impossible. It's next to impossible.
I don't know how you
And
do
with
it.
that, I probably won't fire up another feed to do the shout outs. I usually don't. What it is. It's been a great episode. I'm sure tomorrow we'll have another chance at having some fun in the wormhole. Tomorrow we got the Dank Duchess will be coming on the show, and as great of this guest that I'm sure she will be, I can't necessarily see her going the full 5 hours. So I'm sure there will be a wormhole tomorrow, which means shout outs.
Ooh, that's something I have to say. You know when that crazy woman was on? Was it Victoria? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I was watching her on big screen television. Yeah.
yeah.
He had no panties on.
Uh, no comment. would, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm still like, I don't even know how to talk about that episode, to be honest with you. That was, that was not the way that it was. It was like supposed to go as go, like any of the rest of them have gone. And for some reason, things just kept getting twisted. I didn't know. That was a tough one. That was
I
a
think
tough one.
I think that was a bit of a setup by somebody, to be honest.
Uh,
I do.
I've heard somebody say that, and it could have been. It wasn't by me, that's for damn sure. I reached out to that guest just as innocently as I've reached out to the rest of them.
Oh,
And what
okay.
happened then, I was like, I'm sure, I still don't know how I really feel about that episode, to be honest with you. I
To be
really,
honest,
you know, to be honest with you, I should have, as a host, I tried to like let it go on because usually I let the guests tell their story, no matter where it goes. You know what I mean? But in
yeah.
that case, it wasn't part of the story. You know what I
Oh,
mean? It
okay.
got flipped around, and there was behind the scenes reasons why, spiteful reasons why I kind of just let it play out. I should have shut it down. I should have shut it down, but for
Yeah.
spiteful reasons, I let it play out, and it was way out of control. I'm not out of everything I've done in this last year. That episode is one episode that I didn't. I can't blame it on the guest. The guest came on, participated. There was a lot of things about that episode I'm not proud of. I'm the one that took it down. You two didn't take it down. I took it down. I wasn't I didn't want that to be as future guests look back. I didn't want them to think that's why the show was going to play out. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
was the tone or atmosphere of not only the way I wanted to handle the show, but chat and all that shit. It just all around was. I could easily forget that night. No offense to the
No,
guests that night, but man, that was a tough one.
I think you. I think you did well. I really do think you did well. Uh, I only watched it on a replay, and it cut out halfway through it. To be honest, it shut down halfway through it. Like, but I thought she was a bit too strong on chat. To be honest, a bit too strong on chat. And to be honest, if I'd have been there, because I'm a moderator, I'd have probably done something a bit more about it. Like, to be honest, because
Well, that's the thing too. Is there was I should have stopped there. If anything, I should have stopped the episode there. If you know what I mean. But
yeah,
it just it was again not one thing. I'm proud of that episode. Look back, it taught me to be. Tried to be a little bit more prepared, a little bit more responsible. Because as I've went through this, I do try to question the quality of the content. You know what I mean? At some point, I don't want it to be just bullshit that people tune into. I want it to be fun, somewhat
yeah,
educational. You know, I don't want it to be just bullshit. You know what I mean? And
Eagle.
that's
Not nothing's perfect every day. You like you say with your plants, everybody learns by what mistakes and stuff like that. I don't think you did anything wrong, to be honest. I really don't. Really don't think you did anything wrong.
to be super honest with you. I jokingly said at one point, holy shit, I'm almost intimidated by the lady interviews
Yeah.
now. I may have to stick to just strictly nudes for a minute to kind of get my shit back together. And then I had realized that I had
I think all
scheduled
women.
the dang Duchess for tomorrow, and I
I
was
think
like, "Holy shit! I've got to face my fears head on. Got to just it's the only way to go. Face them head back on. Get back
yeah.
on. Get back.
Get back on and get back up. End it, fatigue. Yeah, it's so.
I
It's
will be
good
a
to
little
see you
shy
back.
and timid tomorrow, probably. Careful, very careful with my choice of words. Very careful.
Ah,
She's very smart, as they're gracious to point out in chat there. I expect a great episode tomorrow. Tons of respect for her. Ah, oh, so funny, so funny. I've yet to wonder if I'll ever. I kind of thought maybe in time, maybe I'll make that video public again after it's kind of forgot about. And some of you can kind of maybe go back and watch that episode. But as of right now, man, I've been wondering if I want to fucking ever make that thing light of day. Uh, I swear, it's just that was the one thing too, man. I knew everybody was kind of watching me in the hot seat too, man. Because I fucking turned every color. I was speechless at some point. Many points, but I don't know.
I'm
Probably
sorry to
best
say
just
this,
bear.
but I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it how to learn to cook chicken thighs. That was very interesting.
Uh, yeah.
Anyway,
Funny night then. Ugh.
past is
So we are
past.
at 4:15. 4:15, Spikey Pilot. It's 4.
I think
Well,
I'm a minute
walking,
ahead of you.
walking through with the regular stuff there. Well, even though there's some bad news in the horizon, know that the Zoom numbers. Hopefully, this is a positive note. Know that the Zoom numbers will always be the same whenever you want to hang out. Through the good times and the bad times. When you get out, we'll still want to hang out, my friend. We'll still be here for you. Wanting to talk cannabis. Know that please put that Zoom number up. Hopefully things work out for the best. Hopefully you can fight that shit. But know
I'll
that you'll always have your place here for sure.
I'll give it a go. Thank you, Eagle. Thank you and respect, man. You've kept me going. Kept me going. Yeah.
The other thing I need to get from you, my friend, is of course that
Oh.
dreaded soundbite. It is recording.
Oh.
We are recorded now, my friend. Anytime you're ready. I believe you know how it goes. I'm sure you know how it goes.
Hey,
Whenever
I'm
you're ready.
Spikey Pilot, and I'm here fucking talking shit with Eagle Gardens. Feel respect, man. Love you. And is that okay?
Perfect. Perfect.
Oh shit.
Perfect.
Oh, I didn't say the 350.
If you want, we can do it again.
Oh, you're not going to get that again the same. I've been practicing that for about 3 hours. Okay, we'll give it another go.
I'm ready.
Hey, this is Spikey Pilot, and I'm fucking talking shit with Eagle Gardens, episode 350. Feel respect for you, keep the faith, we nerd love you more, and chat. Peace.
Perfect. Even better on the second go round, man. Even fucking
Okay,
better. And,
thank you.
again, I thank you very much for coming on, telling your story, and moral, being a part of this thing, man. You've been a name in chat for throughout this whole adventure, and I can't thank you enough for being a part of this, being a mod, and keeping chat clean, keeping chat the way it should be, which is, by the way, should be easy work because it's full of absolutely great people that rarely get out of line. It's usually the flybys that come by and start some bullshit, but even that's very rare. So I thank you, my friend, very much for hanging out,
I
chat, all
thank
that good shit.
I thank you, my friend, and chat, and all for helping me out in the last year. To be honest, means a lot to me. I know I've not met a lot of people. It'd be nice. It'd be good to meet face to face one day. Maybe I can come to a Michigan Cup one year and meet you all. It'd be good. That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
That'd be amazing. That would be amazing. Good
But,
times here in Michigan. That's for
but Eagle, if I come to Michigan, you're gonna have to stick me in an RV outside your house.
done. I'll make room for you. I'll make room for you. You have a spot here.
No, I'm only joking. Only joking. I can
I'm
live in a
not.
tent.
I'm-
I can live in a tent if I have to.
You'll find a spot. We'll find a spot for you. No,
If I
no
come,
doubt.
if I come, I've got to bring me fishing rods too, though. That's the problem.
Tons of fishing here. Tons of fishing.
Anyway, it's 4:20. Come on. Du-du-du-du-du-du.
Cheers. Oh, can't even do the damn song. We don't even do the damn song during the spotlights. I know it's cheesy.
Can't you?
That's another thing I hope to fucking fix this year. Just get the fucking damn song to where we can play it no matter what throughout any episode if we want to. That'd be great. That's
I
another
thought,
thing that needs to be fixed.
I thought somebody. What's his name? He was going to make you a
T1
rap.
Productions. T1 Productions actually
Yeah.
did do a song. The
Oh,
fucking
okay.
shit, talking shit with. I love it, but it's hard for me to play all the time because it's fucking talking shit with Eagle. You know what I mean? It's kind of egotistical. You know what I'm saying? I love the
Yeah.
song, but to
Yeah,
play it
bro.
over and over and over, it's kind of hard. You know what I'm saying? I just need something
You
neutral ground that's just fun. The damn song. Just need
need-
trying to get the boyfriend to make a rock and roll. My
I
daughter's
know.
boyfriend, fucking get him to make a version of it. But yeah,
You need to
hopefully
just
he
get
will.
kazoo.
Anybody,
Kazoo playing his kazoo.
I'm willing to take anything I can get. Thank you very much, Spikey Pilots. We did make the
No
four.
problem.
You didn't think we did it, my friend. We did it.
It's been good. Fantastic. I've enjoyed it. I'll probably see you a few times in the rabbit hole when I get time again. You know, no
I
problem.
hope so.
You know,
I hope so. Anytime, you're always welcome. Always welcome.
I finally got the numbers. Unlucky. What have you let yourself into?
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all.
It's took
Take
me a
me up.
year to. It's took me a year to get these numbers, with a lot of hassle. Anyway,
Well,
is that the
hopefully
end,
you're not
Eagle?
shy.
Are we going? Are we
Yeah, we're
carrying
gonna
on for a
go.
bit? You're going.
No, we're gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Peace out. See you all soon. Love you all. Have a dank day. We Nerd Family United. Ciao.
Thank you again. Much love and respect to you, sir. And that does do this episode, Spiky Pilots, episode 350. Oh man, it has been a great night. It has felt great to sit here and do this thing again. And like I said, I am balls in on this cannabis venture. Sometimes it takes a sideways motion to figure out where you need to go. But man, I am more focused than ever on this project where I'm only getting started fucking talking shit. Thank you so much for listening, watching, whichever it may be. You guys know the deal. If this is the end of your journey for the day, get some rest. If this is the beginning of your journey for the day, please go out and make it an awesome day. More important, do something nice for somebody. So easy to do. Compliments, doors, buds, smoke sessions, phone calls. All of it applies. Doesn't have to be monetary things. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Living, breathing example of that. I've said it before, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Thank you guys for watching.